Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. This one is a little bit different because I ran into a video where I couldn't specifically I got the gist of it going through the comment section, right? So pretty much what is going to take place, because I got to give you a little bit of the before and the after, because it had to get translated and everything of the sort, and I'm reading through the comment section. So the woman that you're going to see is, yo, what is up, Ty? What is up? What is up? The woman that you're going to see is stated to be married with a kid or two, and she's going to go directly out on a night of the town with her girl, sister, whoever it is, right? Both people know that the woman is married, and you're going to see her proceed to kiss a guy multiple times. The reason that we're able to see it from the angles due to the fact that he has Ray-Bans or Meta glasses, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. And you're going to see the aftermath of the situation, right? So now, what is up, Gail? I'm not even sure what you're actually talking about at this moment, but we're going to go directly into the clip so y'all can see both parts of it and take in what she has to state.
Là, tu
Bonsoir.
répètes, tu passes le même au
Bonsoir.
père. Ah, comment ça? Ah, c'est à moi que tu parles.
Ouais. Je m'appelle Shazam.
Comment?
Shazam.
Shazam.
Also to note the translation, right? So you got the first part, which I would say is French, and then the second part, which is translated, is in English, and it's in the red text at the bottom.
Ok, enchanté Lola.
Je tombe amoureux de toi.
Ah, t'es tombé amoureux de moi carrément. Eh, le coup
Je
de
tombe pas amoureux comme ça.
C'est vrai?
Ouais.
Ok. Ok.
Bah, note.
Comment?
Note.
Ah, carrément, genre note, tu me donnes
Ouais.
des ordres et tout.
Ouais, on perd pas de temps.
Ok.
Mon numéro.
Eh, Lola, prends ton numéro. Prends ton numéro, nous doit aller, nous là.
Compte jusqu'à 5 en fermant les yeux. 2.
Ah, carrément. Lola, Lola.
Vraiment, c'est ça.
Lola. Bonsoir, excusez-moi, mais je dois aller s'ambiancer. Tu as pris son numéro?
Hein?
Tu as pris son numéro?
Ah ouais.
Donne le numéro parce que là, on doit aller s'ambiancer. Dépêchez-vous, donne ton numéro.
Vous voyez pas que c'est trop facile? Envoyez-moi un peu un DM.
Alors, je fais cette vidéo pour un appel au soutien et à l'aide de TikTok et des réseaux. Tout le monde en fait sur les réseaux. J'ai une vidéo de moi en fait qui tourne en ce moment. Une vidéo de moi qui sort de soirée, tout, etc. où je suis très alcoolisée. Et clairement, il y a un mec qui m'a filmé sans mon autorisation, sans mon consentement, et qui l'a publié en fait sur les réseaux, où du coup, la vidéo, elle fait vraiment beaucoup de buzz, du coup, vu qu'il y a quand même plus de 400 000 vues sur.
So let me pull it back and pause it real quick. So the next bit of text, again, you got the normal text, and then the translated is going to be in the sort of rainbow colors directly at the bottom. So what ended up happening, right? She stated that she was inebriated during the time of when the clip was filmed. So therefore, she was not in her right mind. All this like the normal BS that you normally would sit up there and hear. Even though she willingly handed over her phone so that, she can get the guy's number. She allowed the dude to sit up there and kiss her multiple times. You never heard her sit up there and say, get away from me, da da da, none of that stuff. Again, her friend, sister, whoever it was, another woman was in the background telling her to hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. All the other type of stuff, was able to view everything and hear everything that was going directly on. Nobody was in distress. Nobody, looked like they were being captive, held against their will, or anything, of the sort. So now we're dealing with the fact of the aftermath of the situation. And she's crying directly on, I guess, the porch of her home. And she's like, crying, teary-eyed, putting on, this whole thing and trying to make excuses. Right? So let's get directly into that.
Alors, je fais cette vidéo pour un appel au soutien et à l'aide Et à l'aide de TikTok et des réseaux, tout le monde en fait sur les réseaux. J'ai une vidéo de moi en fait qui tourne en ce moment. Une vidéo de moi qui sort de soirée et tout, etc. où je suis très alcoolisée. Et clairement, il y a un mec qui m'a filmé sans mon autorisation, sans mon consentement, et qui l'a publié en fait sur les réseaux, où du coup, la vidéo, elle fait vraiment beaucoup de buzz du coup, vu qu'il y a quand même plus de 400 000 vues sur la vidéo. Donc je fais appel à vous pour signaler la vidéo, que ce soit sur TikTok, Insta, faites partout où vous voyez la vidéo. Parce que là, ça a impacté en fait au niveau de ma vie. Que ce soit au niveau de ma vie familiale, par rapport à mon mari, mes enfants, ou même par rapport à mon travail et tout, etc. En fait, c'est en train d'aller trop loin. Les jours-là, je peux même pas sortir dehors, vu que je me sens regardée, je me sens jugée par rapport à tout ça. J'ai déjà contacté le mec pour lui dire justement de supprimer la vidéo, que j'ai pas donné mon accord, qu'il était pas en droit de publier cette vidéo. Clairement, il était pas en droit de publier cette vidéo. Mais il veut rien savoir. Au contraire, il m'a bloqué de partout. Donc il m'a bloqué de partout, donc voilà. Donc là, j'essaie au maximum de faire en sorte que cette vidéo elle soit supprimée des réseaux, que ce soit, comme je l'ai dit, TikTok, Insta. Donc je tiens à dire qu'une plainte a été posée, parce que je vais pas en rester là, clairement, vu que là, ça touche à ma vie, ma dignité, vu que clairement, sur la vidéo, c'est pas quelque chose qui me met en valeur ou autre. Déjà que dans ma vie, ça n'allait pas. Donc là, je suis sortie avec mes sœurs et tout, etc. D'ailleurs, sur la vidéo, on voit ma sœur aussi. Donc déjà, dans ma vie, ça va pas. Je me suis dit, oui, je passe un petit moment, je conduis pas. Donc j'ai abusé un peu de l'alcool, parce que j'étais ivre, clairement ivre sur la vidéo. Et il a abusé de ça. Il a abusé en fait de cette faiblesse pour justement créer un buzz. Quand je l'ai appelé, il m'a dit, supprimera pas la vidéo, qui va attendre en fait la monétisation de TikTok pour après la supprimer. Mais en soi, non, parce qu'en fait là la vidéo elle est partagée des milliers de fois. Il y a beaucoup de vues, que ça soit Insta, TikTok, je sais pas s'il l'a partagée sur son Snap ou des trucs comme ça, je sais pas. Mais en tout cas, s'il vous plaît, si vous voyez la vidéo, signalez la vidéo s'il vous plaît.
So it took me a minute, Gail, because I had to remember what you were talking about. You're talking about during when I was reading off from, I think that was after like the book. That was my alarm. It normally goes off around, I want to say like 6:30 or something like that. I got a clock set for like 4 or 6 or whatnot or whatever. But I'm just trying to figure out, right? So now after seeing both videos, understanding the fact that the lady, she's married and she got kids, right? Um she said that she has a problem with the whole video and everything of the sort, and she wanted to throw around the terminology of like abuse multiple times and all of this other type of stuff and try to say that the dude took advantage. He did not take advantage of you. You decided as a married woman, knowing the fact that if you happen to get inebriated, you move differently, right? You, instead of moving like a married woman, you move as though that you're single with no type of responsibilities, no kids. And what inevitably ended up happening was more than likely her husband caught wind of the video, and that caused problems. And hey, what's up, Pink? What is up? What is up? And the interesting part that I was able to witness, right, is that online, I saw a whole bunch of people feeling, in a sense, sorry or trying to give a justification for why it is. I guess you could sit up there and say that a married woman can sit up there and kiss a man. And I'm like, this is a stark contrast because normally what tends to happen if the roles were reversed, right? If a woman was out there and she was filming interactions, with guys that she, basically seeing if she can happen to talk to the guys, get the number and all this other type of stuff. And women were able to see that, hey, this guy that you were talking to, that gave your number directly to, he's married and he has kids and he has a wife directly at home, but he's out here drinking and partying while the wife is at home taking care of the kids, taking care of the house. She probably, going through postpartum. She's probably going through a period and, doing the things that a wife is supposed to do, but he's out here, spending time with other women instead of him being a responsible man, a responsible father, and taking care of his responsibilities at home. Women would have crucified him online. They would have dragged him. They would have sent the video directly to his job. They would have posted it directly to his Facebook. They would have put all of his information where he lives. They would have put his social security and everything, because we've seen this before. So I'm a little bit confused on when it's the reverse, how automatically there should be like a type of grace. I'm just a little bit confused, because I could have sworn that you, as a married person, should not be kissing anybody who is single. You should only be kissing your spouse. On top of that, I put it to you a different way, right? What if said person that she ended up kissing on had protrusions or bumps or whatever directly on their mouth? And then that same person then decided to go back home and start kissing directly on their kids and their husband. But I'm pretty sure even within that example, you will still have folks sitting up there saying like, it's the husband's fault. It'll be the husband's fault. Like I said, this type of stuff, this is why I sit up there and tell people, when it deals with this whole equality thing, I don't believe in it at all. Because this type of stuff is ridiculous. You're not going to see men going online after they were caught doing something that they weren't supposed to be doing, about to start being boohooing and crying and asking people to do this. No, it's just like, hey, you got to sit up there. You got to take it on the chin. You got to just sit up there and handle specifically what it is. There's no sympathy points given. There's no type of grace given, no matter the situation. And nor could a man sit up there and say like, yo, this woman took advantage of me. I was drunk. I was off of that Jack Daniels. I was off of that Henny, that hen dog. It's like you're not able to do that. You're not able to do that, nor would anybody care. But if you're a woman, you can just decide to sit up there and forego whatever marriage and kids that you got, and you can just act single and have a night on the town and just be kissing up on dudes. And then cry about it later. That's, like I said, that's crazy to me. Like I said, in a lot of these instances that I've covered these videos, you'll see a lot of women crying about this after the fact. And that's only due to the fact that they've gotten caught. Like I said, to me, that's wild. That is 1,000% wild. Like, instead of you just trying to like salvage this or work with your spouse, you ran to social media. You're trying to have other people clean up the mess of which you started. Because instead of you going out, if you would have just stayed home with your family, like people would normally say, Guile, which is Street Fighter reference, Guile went home to be a family man. If you would have went home to be a family woman, to be a wife, guess what? This video would not be up here. You wouldn't be shedding tears. You wouldn't feel this type of way. But people make their own decisions. People make their own decisions. And this is why, in a lot of instances, when it deals with divorce, this is also another reason for a lot of divorces directly up here, which a lot of people don't want to actually be honest directly about, where you got a lot of women that will go directly out and do what it is that they want to sit up there and do, and then come back and want to say irreconcilable differences or intimacy issues or this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. But I'm like, you got women out here doing this. You accepted the engagement, the proposal, you got married to the guy, but then you woke up one day and be like, this ain't it. Like I said, that's crazy to me. That's 100% crazy. Like I said, instead of being online and trying to clear stuff up, like I said, you don't got to clear nothing up to the public. You need to clear it up with your husband. You need to fix that. You need to reconcile that. You need to go directly to therapy for that. Don't come online. like I said, people are going to care about this one day, and then there's going to be another story the next, or a week from now, or a month from now. Like I said, it's not even going to be a memory. So for her, this is a lifetime. For everybody else, this is just 5 seconds. You know. Shout out to DSB. What is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is going on? So now we got this clip here, and I had to do I did make a short, well, not a short. I did make a long form content video directly about this, and this is something else that I've talked about directly on this platform, and within the Black community, because I want y'all to notice the difference in skin complexions here. Within the Black community, we have this thing where if it deals with colorism and texturism, 100% of the time people sit up there and say it's Black men, right? And I'm like, huh, that's very interesting. I'm like, okay, that's not what I've gathered from the different areas of the internet that I've looked directly at and seeing conversations in between, women when it deals with like hair, 4C, and all this other type of stuff, and skin complexions and rah, 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 right? And here we have a conversation with gorillas. Incorrect. What's her name? What's it? Glorilla. Lord have mercy. Like I said, when you sit up there and have a name that is so close, that's what ended up happening. You have a conversation with Glorilla's sister, right? To the left. And she decided that she wanted to start talking about Clarissa Shields, the GOAT, the greatest woman of all time, right? 2-time gold champion, right? Went to the Olympics, represented the United States, and not only that, set up there and is pretty much undefeated at this moment in time. And anybody who has came up as a female boxer that wanted to go against her, that wanted to try to best her, they ended up looking directly at the mat or losing, or a combination of both, right? So we got Clarissa Shields directly to the right, and then we got Glorilla's sister directly to the left. And the light bright to the left wants to decide to speak on Clarissa Shields' looks and wants to try to tell her that she's not as good as she doesn't look as good as she thinks she is. And I'm like, and this is the problem with a lot of these conversations. But before I keep going directly with this, I'll let y'all hear what I've heard.
The fuck out of me, fool. Like, she is so irritating. I remember the time to be like, I'm a bad. Who told you was a bad bitch? Like, you look like Serena Williams. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, she's just irritating.
Hold on, so let me pause it right there. That was another colorist type of comment. Now, and I've tried to explain this to a lot of women, especially in the Black community, because anytime there's a conversation about if Black men love Black women and the features, the main thing that a lot of Black women will go to is be like, Black men don't love dark skin, Black women. I'm like, is that the only type of Black women out here? Is that I could have sworn Black women come in all different types of shapes, sizes, and everything. But in order to basically prove a point, they go to the whole other tail in the spectrum that doesn't even represent them in order to try to prove a point. But going with the Serena Williams thing, I remember early 2000s, Serena Williams showing up on magazines. And you had Black dudes up there, like even in like, let's say like the CVS or whatnot, whatever, they had all types of positive things to say about Serena Williams. Like, she's beautiful, she looked good, and da-da-da, all this other type of stuff. It wasn't, like I said, as they're trying to like make it seem right now that all Black men just hated Serena Williams from the very beginning. No, all Black men were colorist against Serena Williams. All Black men never wanted to or never deemed her to be. No, that's not what was happening. Because on top of that, Serena Williams was on the front covers of Black magazines at that moment in time as well. When she would show up on BET 106 in Park or wherever it was, wherever you had Black men there, they were looking. They were talking. They were giving praise. It wasn't all of the stuff that people are trying to frame it and make it seem as though this revisionist history that people are trying to give. But again, you got this woman, this light bright directly to the left side of the screen, was like, oh, you look like Serena Williams. Like, who told you that you look good? I'm like, oh, that's crazy. But like I said before, whenever you got Black women out here that sit up there and say something to a darker and complected Black woman, it's ignored. People act like it just doesn't exist. It never happens. right? Let's keep going.
As hell, but whether I ever, and if that hoe ever try to fight me, she going to jail because her hand is that hoe hands is registered as a lethal weapon. Ho, you doing time because I'm going to every court date. Like she cool, like shawty, you be trying too much food, like you just a bad like fool. You do not look better than Remy Ma. On my soul, you don't. Like then you got like don't nobody know like Clarissa, you don't have to prove to nobody your relationship. Let these folks keep thinking like you the number one female boxer. Like bro, you're winning. You're winning. Like every time you talk, it's just snails come out, just slowness. Like just shut the fuck up. Like, bro, half of the folks that are talking about you don't even have, they couldn't even make the type of money, a portion of your salary in a year. So why did you sit here responding to these folks, fool? Like, bro, you are talented. Like, stop responding to these folks. When you respond, you sound and look stupid as hell. But then I know you didn't just sit here and say your face look good. Like, bitch, no, stop doing that. Like, bro, you are a millionaire at a young age, man. Ho, pop your shit, but stop popping shit where you open your mouth. Pop.
Let me just explain it again. So again, this is another woman trying to tell another black woman that she does not look good. Don't sit up there and pedestalize yourself. Don't sit up there and try to tell everybody you look like something that you're not. That's some wild work. Let me let y'all know something real quick. If it was a black man that said anything close to this about Clarissa Shields online, people would have been crucifying that man, and rightfully so. But like I said, the whole equality thing that people talk about, this is what I'm talking about. If a black man says it, we're going to sit up there and highlight it. We're going to talk about the anti-blackness in the black community. He hates his mother, his sister, his daughter. He hates the black ancestors and all this other type. He hates black women all over the world, right? And also include himself, right? He then within that he's also colorist and texturist and da, right? We'll go through the whole nine when it deals with that. But you got this black woman directly on the left side of the screen saying all of that. Do you think that you're going to see black women online sitting up there trying to rah? Nope. It's dead silent. It's dead silent. Dead silent. And I'm like, that's wild to me. That's 1,000% wild to me. And like I said, I know when I happen to upload the video and actually post it for you guys, it's still going to be dead silent. Just like with the other videos I'm going to post. It's going to be dead silence. Like I said, that's crazy to me, man. Like this whole cherry picking thing, but people screaming equality. Where? There are none. And this also showcases the fact within the black community when it deals with this type of thing where you have black women that want to point out certain things. The protection of black women, even when it's for other black women, is conditional. Just like when it deals with black men being loved in the black community, it's conditional. Black women will love other black women under certain conditions. If you look a certain type of way, if other women idolize, want to be you and all this other type of stuff, if women see the type of guy that you got and they want to, try to get after that, certain conditions, if certain conditions are met, black women will come out the woodworks along with others in order to protect. Right? But due to the fact that I'm guessing that Clarissa Shields does not meet a lot of those conditions, let's say like a Lotto, right? Or Cardi B or any of these other women directly out here, black women are just going to allow Clarissa Shields to take these verbal beatings online. Let's keep going.
Shit in silence because it don't look right. I'm sorry. Don't look right. Don't just pop your shit in silence. Hey, she pretty when she fix herself up, but naturally pretty, no. Like I'm slick ugly. Okay? It's okay. It is okay to be slick ugly. I'm okay with being slick ugly. Okay? Because guess what? Bitch wants to hear and call me slick ugly. I'm talking about you, your grandmama, and your kids. Okay? It's okay to, but listen, normalize it being okay to have flaws. My nose fat as hell. I had an underbite before I got teeth. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker sleep deprived, got black eyes, shit like that. But guess what? Can't nobody tell me that I ain't the sexiest like ever. I know I'm slick ugly. It's okay.
So how so let me showcase this, right? So on one moment, in order to basically prove that she can talk about Clarissa Shields, she was like, "Well, I'm ugly, and I know that I'm ugly. I got these imperfections, but yet you didn't stay with those imperfections. You at least got one of them fixed, right? You didn't do the same surgery as your sister yet because you pointed out your nose, which means that you don't like your nose, which means that more than likely you're contemplating or trying to figure out or determine when it is that you may get surgery, which means that you're going to change what it is that you have. In comparison, Clarissa Shields didn't do none of that. Clarissa Shields, the exact same way that Clarissa Shields is born is the exact same way that she is right now. And like I said, I've never always, well, in my opinion, I thought Clarissa Shields was cute. I'm just, like I said, I can see stuff. But that's just me, right? The only thing that Clarissa Shields did was like, she was like, all right, let me actually, do something. Right. Let me sit up there and do something. Let me do something, with my hair, let me, nails and everything of that sort. Hair, nails, and then a little bit of makeup. That's it. And some clothes. That's it. Because when you look at Clarissa Shields before a lot of this, her mind was always in fight mode, in training mode. That was it. She wasn't sitting up there thinking about like trying to glamorize herself and do this and do that and all this other type of stuff. She wasn't worried about that. She was like, I got this next fight. I got this next battle. I'm in fight mode every single day. You're looking at Clarissa Shields like actually taking stuff in, actually taking a pause, actually relaxing, having fun for the first time, enjoying life for the first time, and not just automatically in like a warrior mentality. Let's keep going.
Okay, to be slick ugly. Bitches need enhancers to look like something anyway. If you're not from the islands, you're a slick ugly. Because you need to put weave in, lashes on, lip gloss on, get BBLs, get titty surgery, nails did, wear the tight clothes for attention. It's okay for y'all to be slick ugly.
That's crazy. And coming and dealing with the fact that this is like Glorilla's sister, knowing the fact that her sister, everything that she's talking about, Glorilla got her nose done. I think she might have got her teeth done. She got breast augmentation. And I think something else. So I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, that's crazy how you sitting up there talking about like Clarissa, who has not done any work at all, but yet your sister has done a lot of work. Because when you look at Glorilla when she first came out, and then you look at Glorilla now, it is a night and day difference. It is a universal difference. And I'm like, that's wild. Because I remember when Glorilla, because I think I might have did a video and I was like, yeah, I'm happy that she's sticking directly with it. She ain't gonna change herself or whatnot or whatever. And I was wrong. I was 1,000% wrong. Like I said, I can admit that. I again, when people happen to say things, you want to tend to believe them, but it ended up being something. It was a farce. It was a farce. Like I said before, and that was also during the time where I saw a lot of folks sitting up there getting directly on her, and I came in a sense slightly to the defense due to the fact of there was a lot of women directly out there just dog piling on her. And it wasn't because of the music. They love her music. It was because they didn't like the way that Glorilla looked. It was women online all the time sitting up there night and day dogging that young woman during the time. And that was like close to like the pandemic or whatever. But during the time, what was the song that came out? It was F and F. That was a summer song that you had a lot of women sitting up there blasting and playing and everything. And I had a video that was ready, loaded to sit up there and go directly into that song. And then I saw all of these women sitting up there just like dogging. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. I'm like, you know what? Let me not sit up there and just like dog pile. I'm not gonna sit up and do that. I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna sit up and do that. Cause I'm like, that's wild. That is wild. And that's why I sit up there and say that the protection from Black women out here is very conditional. Because on one end, you have Black women out here loving her songs and everything, of that nature, because it was like, miss us with all these guys out here, da da da, all that other type of, like I said, had a whole female anthem out there. Women loved it. But then when it dealt with her as a person, they were sitting up there dog walking her, all on social media, online, sitting up there making videos. And I'm like, oh, that's wild. But like I said, if a black man did that, it'd be a whole different story. Now it's a united front. Now is if you talk about Glorilla, you talk about all black women. I'm like, that's wild. So when it's women versus women, it's all women for themselves. it's all women for themselves. I'm like, that's some wild work, man. That is 1,000% wild work. You know how that happens, but you know it'd be like that. It'd be like that. And you're going to see more and more of this, and it's not going to call it out. And again, just like with many of the other things that I've called out, it's going to reach to a critical mass. And what's going to inevitably happen is people are like, well, it is pretty bad and it's getting worse. No signs of turning back now. But the silver lining is it's a black man's fault somewhere. It's 2:00 somewhere. It's 2 p.m. somewhere around the world. It's a black man's fault somewhere around the world. The reason why, you know, black women are suffering going direct through it. But shout out to Clarissa Shields, the GWOAT, for all of the hard work and dedication and everything that she has done, being undefeated, representing the United States not once but twice on an Olympic stage. Like I said, the craziest thing is that a lot of the women that want to sit up there and talk about Clarissa Shields, the only thing that they've ever represented is ratchetness, is straight gutter, is straight hood. That's it. That's the most stereotypical type of things. That's the only thing that they know, and that's the only thing that they can represent. They would never be able to do what Clarissa Shields has done, the way that she has done it, especially representing, like I said, representing hood culture versus representing the United States on a world stage. Whew, it's not even in the same, it's not even the same dimension. Like I said, that's something that they can't even, a lot of them could never even fathom. They could never even touch that. Like I said, this is why you got so many folks out here that want to pedestalize negative behavior, because that's the only thing that is within arm's reach. Trying to reach out and touch any of the accomplishments and accolades of a Clarissa Shields, they can never do it. Not even in 50 lifetimes. So let's go to the next video.
Employed man will.
Oh, this is going to be a classic. Oh boy. All right. So I'm not even going to say nothing. I'm just going to let y'all hear this real quick.
The way an unemployed man will.
Right.
Like, that's a different type of love that I think every woman needs to experience, regardless of women saying they don't want to date no broken, I ain't dating no broken ass man. It's a different type of.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me pull it back. Thank you, Mo. Shout out to bringing it up. I knew it was something I forgot. It was a reason I brought up. Thank you, Mo. So let me pull this back real quick. So Mo had highlighted something I meant to bring up, right? So going back to the colorism thing, right? The interesting part that was called out in Charleston White, in the end, it's a love-hate relationship. I know a lot of folks don't like Charleston White, but you know, he has points that he makes, just like a lot of other people. Right? I can disagree with a lot of people, but I can, all right, you got a point there. you might have like 99.9% of the things wrong, but that point I'm like, all right, you got done right there, right? Charleston White sat up there and did a small little call out, you know, trying to cause a rumble, which he normally does. And Lotto responded, right? So if people don't understand or know, there's two things going on, and it's light and dark, right? Lotto, aka Mulatto, right, playing off of the fact that, you know, she's very light and everything of the sort. She's with 21 Savage, and allegedly 21 Savage is in a relationship of a certain degree, and Lotto was pregnant by 21 Savage. But because Lotto has the quote unquote light bright, the pretty privilege, and everything of the sort, you don't have women saying anything, calling it out, or whatnot, or whatever, right? Cool. Everybody's cool with that one. Lotto, you know, Lotto's doing it light bright. It's completely fine. Nobody has nothing to say, right? Clarissa Shields, on the other hand, everybody's trying to call her out because she's with Papoose, right? Now, allegedly, You got Remy Ma again. She was, locked up for gun charges, whatever it is, and then got directly out. And she was with a lesser known rapper, a battle rapper, and she was out there posted directly with this dude. She was going directly to the battles and everything of the sort. Nobody had nothing to say. And again, as Mo has stated, folks are married, right? Remy Ma, Papoose, Remy Ma, married, got a kid or kids. But again, nobody on social media was really trying to harp on Remy Ma to the extent, right? Now, when it happened that Papoose was like, all right, cool, no problem. I held you down. This is what you wanted to sit up there and do, and yada, yada, yada. All right, cool, fine. It's like we're just going to be separated, right? Because the divorce, however long that basically takes, divorce proceedings, papers, and all this other type of stuff, whatnot or whatever, don't really know all of that stuff in the background, right? But I just know that folks are, in a sense, separated, doing their own thing, right? Remy Ma's doing her own thing, Papoose is doing his own thing, but both people are quote unquote married, right? So Papoose ends up being with Clarissa Shields. People start talking about Clarissa Shields and they want to start getting directly on that relationship, but nobody's mentioning the fact that Papoose ended up being, he was basically left to the wind by his quote unquote wife, who was parading around another dude. And I'm like, that's wild to me. And then you got people that want to get on, Clarissa Shields like she is the bad guy directly in the situation. I'm like, that is wild. Papoose is a consenting adult. Clarissa Shields is a consenting adult. Remy Ma is a consenting adult, and whoever it is that Remy Ma is seeing or whatnot or whatever, he is a consenting adult as well too. So I'm like, I'm a little bit confused. If everybody's consenting, I'm trying to figure out where like how is it possible to just view one side as like the negative instead of just looking at the overall as being problematic. Right. But like I said before, when it deals with Lotto, ain't nobody saying nothing. Nobody's saying nothing. And again, Lotto makes music and, pretty much men ain't this, men ain't pretty much the same rigmarole. Men ain't this, men ain't that, don't need a man, got all this money, big Lotto, da 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 da. But that not, single mother. That's crazy. Yeah. That's wild. That is 1,000% crazy. But like I said before, shout out to Charleston White on that one. Because he is correct. It has to do with colorism. People are going to focus more on Clarissa Shields because she is a darker complected woman versus focusing on somebody like Lotto. Or, as I stated before, even with Remy Ma, I guess you could basically say they're roughly within the exact same complexion, Clarissa Shields and Remy Ma and Clarissa Shields. But the difference is that when it deals with the type of protection, right, that is allowed, there's no protection for Clarissa Shields because a lot of women feel a certain type of way about Clarissa Shields because I guess of how it is that she looks, her job, which is a boxer and all this other type of stuff. So conditionally, it's like, you don't meet the conditions for us to basically protect or say anything nice about you. So we're just going to let you fend for yourself. But Remy Ma, on the other hand, we're going to sit up there and try to give some excuses. We're going to, do this or whatnot or whatever. Because like I said, a lot of women out here are fans of Remy Ma, and things of that nature. But, hey, I don't know. But shout out to Mo for bringing up the comment because I knew that there was something that I forgot that I did mention in the video that I recorded, specifically about this one. But like I said, it's insanity all the way around. But it gets better. It gets better because this video is quite a humdinger, as they as they say. So let's take a listen.
Unemployed man will.
Right.
Like that's a different type of love that I think every woman needs to experience, regardless of women saying they don't want to date no broken, I ain't dating no broken ass man. It's a different type of cater to you because their job is being with stable women.
Right.
That's their job. So with that being said, he paid attention to every detail. He knows things that, he know exactly what to rub on your body when you ain't feeling like it's a different level of love, because this is his job.
Right.
His job is you.
Right.
That's the job. Like, and women get mad at the men that have like jobs and stuff, but it's like, The men that have jobs, they don't have that time. Like, just like you don't have all the time in the world, they don't have that time to hyperfixate on every little detail that you need. Like, they could be there. They could be supportive. I love you, this and the other, but I have to work on myself too. See, you either get one or two. You get a person that's working on themselves, you know, that's getting to where they need to go, or you get the man that plans on never working on himself, but he know bitches. He know bitches very well. Yeah. So
who ain't got nothing but knowledge of
you get what I'm saying? He's knowledgeable on bitches.
facts.
Like, that's a different type of, it's a euphoric love. You know, like, at one point, I felt like, can I pay all the bills? You get what I'm saying? I possibly can. It is that I would be probably irritated sometimes, but he probably would know how to take that. No man.
So we heard it, right? This woman has stated that the only possible men out here that could really love a woman the way that she needs to be loved and truly love her is a broke man that don't got nothing. He's destitute, no education, in and out of prison, you know, drugs. That's the only men possible. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, this is really some bird type of I can't even do it. This is really some bird type of talk right now. I'm like, you know what? I would sit up there and say that it's only one person like this, but for the most part, that I've watched, Love After Lockup. I've watched, and even before Love After Lockup, I've watched educated Black women. I'm talking about, you got self-made entrepreneurs, college educated, sitting up there going for dudes that's directly in prison, getting married to dudes that's in prison, relationships, kids, and I'm like, huh? I'm like, hold on. Let me just get this straight. So I'm like, hold on. So there are no Black men out here that are just stable, standard issued 9-to-5s. Or maybe even working like 2 jobs, holding down an apartment or a house. There's no applicable Black men out here that Black women can happen to seek. They have to specifically go to jails and prisons, be pen pals, do conjugal visits in order to find applicable Black men. I'm like, okay, this is where we at. This is where we at. Like, I ain't never in my life. And these are the type of women that's going to sit up there and have daughters. And then people get mad at me when I sit up there and say that I don't really feel sorry for, you know, women who are in certain relationships or place themselves in certain, you know, certain circumstances. She is telling you the type of men that she basically picks. The men that are desirable. None of those are the you know, the guys that's, you know, really out here doing their everyday, doing the stuff, being responsible, doing the things that needs to be done. Oh man, this world is done. This is done. This is done. And I promise you, if this was on, let's say, like a TikTok or something, I promise you I can go through the comment section and there will be fields of women sitting up there agreeing. Fields of women. And I'm like, I don't understand. But then at the same time, it's like when you have a woman out here with this type of mentality, those will be the same types to sit up there and say that men ain't this, men ain't that, men ain't this, men ain't that. But I'm like, look at what it is that you're choosing. And this is what I've always said up there and told people, like, you got to pay attention. If you really want certain things out of life, you got to check yourself and you got to check your energy. She's putting the energy out there where she's only going to get a certain type of guy forever. That's it. That is it. There is no other shot that she has but dealing with dudes that are just in the hood. And I promise you, she more than likely deals with dudes who puts hands on women. I can promise you that. I can put money that if she ain't dealing with a dude now, she will in the future, and she has in the past dealt with a guy that has put hands directly. I promise you. Because I know that there's a lot of marbles that ain't there, and I know why. I know why. Like I said, this is why I bring this stuff up. And like I told people before, it's not even about like the views or anything. I could basically care less. I just know for a fact that I'm keeping the record straight that I've talked about a lot of different things. And again, this is going to be one of those things. Because rhetoric like this is dangerous. It's dangerous for quite a few reasons. Because number one, it's okaying women and women of all different ages, including young women and their daughters. It's okaying them to specifically seek out the wrong types of guys on purpose. That's not there to like build them up. Like every single dude that she's talking about, they're going to rob her of her self-esteem. They're going to bring that down. They're going to dismantle anything that she has instilled within her. They're going to break that down on purpose. The other reason that it's problematic is because you have well-to-do or educated or even just stable black women out here that will decide to be with those dudes because they have more control over the situation. So the same exact way that a lot of women want to sit up there and state that, men only want to deal with certain types of women or certain types of ages. It's all control, control, control. Women specifically pick out men in certain situations because they can control the outcome. They can control that man's destiny. If you're a dude, you already got like 2 strikes and you get into an argument, they'll be like, yo, say something one more time. All I got to do is call 3 numbers. Say something one more time, and all I got to do is make a police report. Say something one more time, and all I got to do is talk to your parole board. Like I said, and I've seen conversations like this where the dudes have recorded this and they've uploaded it to World Star, Facebook, wherever it is. Like I said, it's all about control. They're the ones with the money. They're the ones with the home, the car, and everything of the sort. Those guys basically depend on that woman because they're just, getting out. They got to get themselves planning and try to figure out a situation. But at the same time, those women are like, you don't got to worry about working. You don't got to work. You just got out and all this other type of stuff. Just, just stay home and, do this and do that. Like I said, but nobody want to talk about that though. Folks don't want to look at that. Yo, what's up, Fair Use? What is up? What is up? What is up? Like I said, that's crazy to me. And then the third problem directly with this is that it's going to enable, again, the guys that already exist with the mentality to specifically harm women. Is going to enable them to do exactly what they want to do because now they have the access that they need in order to do so because you got women like this sitting up there preaching this type of insanity. And this is why I sit up there and say that social media is a blessing and a curse because with a lot of these women like her, they're not going to hold themselves responsible or accountable if somebody's daughter is listening to her and they end up in a situation they can't get out of. And now they're no longer in existence. That's another thing that never gets talked about. How you got a lot of women out here, older women that should have common sense and wisdom. They're out here preaching dumb stuff like this and using this type of virus to infect the minds of these younger women out there, putting them into situations and relationships that they don't even need to be in. But, it'd be like that, though. But at the end of the day, what people will normally say, like, yo, Seiji, you are, you're anti, black women and this, that, and the third, and, and everything of the sort. I guess. I guess, it'd be like that. So now we're going to go to the next video. Let me see. Which one was this? Oh, let me see this.
He's one of the most.
Okay. Yeah, this one is going to be even, like I said, I keep telling y'all, it gets better. So if you're old enough to know who Chris Wyatt is, the plot basically thickens directly with this. And this is another story that I got coming up for you guys directly on this platform. Chris Wyatt is chances are he's, potentially engaged and or he's going to sit up there and get married. Color me surprised. The same dude that decided to, take his family out on one last ride is going to get a second chance at, I guess you can call it redemption, right? By an unlikely hero. So let's take a look at that.
Hated men in America. Chris Watts murdered his pregnant wife and 2 young girls, and now he's getting married again with a woman he met while he was behind bars. Justin Finch.
So the one thing I'm gonna play this again because I want you to understand how jacked this is and how the face of this woman who is reporting this story, she is smiling while she is reporting this. And it's like it and I don't think it really dawned on a lot of people. but you know, like I said, I'll replay it and let it play in this totality, right?
Murdered his pregnant wife and 2 young girls, and now he's getting married again with a woman he met while he was behind bars. Justin Finch reports.
Chris Watts, the monster who annihilated his family 8 years ago in one of the most cold-blooded crimes of the century, may be getting married behind bars. Who would want to be the wife of the despised Chris Watts? Apparently, this woman does. Her name is Lizzie Henderson. She's 39 years old and is a realtor from Cleveland. Luke Kenton, a Daily Mail senior reporter, broke the story.
Relatives have told us that Lizzie and Chris are going through the motions of applying to get permission to be married behind bars. And to do that, they have to get permission from the warden and also meet a very strict kind of list of criteria first.
So this could take some time.
It could take some time.
Henderson is reportedly already using the name Lizzie Watts. Court records show a Lizzie Henderson applied for a confidential name change. Details of the case are sealed. Prison logs at the Dodge Correctional Facility in Wisconsin, where Watts is serving consecutive life sentences, show she visited Watts 23 times over 15 months. Each was a contact visit lasting up to 3 hours. The prison allows inmates to embrace and kiss their visitors at the start and end of their visits, but no excessive displays of affection are permitted. No conjugal visits allowed. The Daily Mail published these photos of Henderson, and look, she's already wearing a wedding ring. What do we know about how Lizzie and Chris even met?
So this is a bit of a mystery at the moment. We did speak directly to Lizzie, and she said to us, quote, how we met is between Chris and I and God.
The murders committed by 41-year-old Watts shocked America. He strangled his wife, Shannon, who was 15 weeks pregnant, and buried her in a shallow grave. He smothered his children, Bella and Cece, and dumped them in these oil tanks.
Well. Can't really say that I'm shocked. Can't say that I'm shocked. Shout out to the divesting cult. Shout out to them. Like I said, they will pick up one murderer at a time. I kid you not. And it also further shows that all you have to do is just be the standard issued basic type of white fellow, and you can get anything in the world, no matter what wrongs you commit. You know, that's wild. So now, you know, for me, after, you know, watching it and whatnot, I'm like, I know exactly why it is that the white woman, the news reporter, was sitting up there smiling about this story. And like I said before, hey, some people want to sit up there and learn. And this is why I stated before, if you take a lot of the murderers that were from the 70s and 80s and you just place them now, they would have a field day, especially if they were to just, you know, be on social media and just do whatever they need to do in order to get the attention of you know, melanated women. Oh, it's over. They got the, you know, they can get the Travis Kelce real quick and automatically they in there. Travis Kelce, you know, like a gold chain, get some you know, some earrings and whatnot. Oh, it's over. So their names will be in the rafters forever. Like I said, just like DJ Pope. That man, his name is in the rafters forever. Nobody can sit up there and top what it is that he's done in the United States at this moment in time, at this, you know, current timeline. Woo, that's crazy. Chris Watts getting married. Ooh, look at that. That is like I said, and again, like I said earlier, well-to-do, self-made, educated. She is a real estate agent. You know, she obviously knows something. Should be fairly smart, but this is what she decided to do. Like I said, shout out to the divestors. Divestors Lane. Divestors late. Divestors late. Shout out to the divestors. Like I said, that's wild. That by itself is a that's 1,000% wild, man. 1,000% wild. But you can't save people from themselves. You can't save people that don't want to be saved, and some people gotta learn very tough lessons. And the craziest part is, I promise you, she more than likely is planning to have kids directly with him. Mm. That's some wild work. I weep direct. You know what? No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm not going to weep directly. No, no, no. Like I said, it's in the DNA. It'd be like that. But anyways, we're going to go directly to another video. I can actually make space and place the original video dealing with the news up here. So we're going to take a look at this real quick. And it's technically it's two videos that fits, directly with this, but let's get into it.
To our newsroom, the man accused of planning that mass shooting we told you about, targeting black people at a festival in New Orleans right around the time of Jazz Fest. Well, that man was quietly released from custody back in June. We're just finding that out. His name, if you can recall, is Christopher Gillum. And you remember we showed you the video of him being arrested in Florida back in April. That's when authorities say that they found him with a handgun, also hundreds of rounds of ammunition, while he was headed toward Louisiana. That picture right there, as a matter of fact. Booked on terrorizing charges, but court records show that the state refused that charge back in July. The Louisiana Attorney General's office says several jurisdictional issues complicated the case, including that the threat reportedly made by Gillum happened in North Carolina, and he did not enter Louisiana until after his arrest. So translation, doesn't seem as if he committed a crime here, so it's hard for them to charge him here. Gillum's family has since taken him to a treatment facility out of the state, this according to the Attorney General's office, but no doubt a headline we're looking into because a lot of people want to know what happened here.
So again, we got an ex-officer that planned to go to a large gathering where you had nothing but black Americans. And we were going to have another mass incident. He had all the ammunition. He had everything that he basically needed. He was basically caught. And they were like, it's complicated. It's two different types of states and jurisdictions. It's too much red tape, too much jargon to go directly through. We're not going to really, do anything about this. We're going to let him go. We're going to look at his record as a cop, and we're going to see how he served the people. We're going to look at a variety of things to figure out if he's really a threat or not. Notice how they didn't say that they were taking away his guns. They didn't say that they were taking away his armaments. All they said was that his family, quote unquote, took him out of state to receive treatment. How do you treat racism? What treatment do they specifically have for that? What is that? What are we going to call it now? Disability? Oh, I can't wait for that to happen. I feel like it's going to get to a point where they're going to have so many folks out here just going out here doing stuff that they're going to try to label it as a disability. And you already know the first people that's going to get money directly from it. And they're going to be going directly to the state or whoever they need to go to in order to get, put on disability. Like I said, I can already see it. I can see a brand new game being played at this moment in time, because there are far too many of these streamers who are trying to be like Chud the Builder and go out there and say this and say that just for, reaction's sake and all this other type of stuff. Matter of fact, I got a video of a guy who was out there in public, the safety of public, and he decided to, do those exact same things to the homeless. Right, and everything of the sort. But now let's look at the next video that deals with this exact same story.
I just wanted to touch base on this before I go ahead and get some shut eye, before I roll over and get some beauty rest. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. They're not even trying to hide it. They're not trying to hide it at all. We're still talking about Nolan Wells. Another man was just found face down in a pond in North Carolina, in Harrisburg, North Carolina. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. This former white police officer was, he wasn't accused of planning. The man quite literally had over 200 rounds of ammunition on him. There was a manifesto involved in which he was supposedly going to, use every single last one of those 200 bullets and then try and force a smooshmide by police officer after using all 200 rounds in a densely populated traditionally black area. And you want to know what the police did? They said, well, we don't have enough to book him, so we're gonna quietly release him and drop all charges. Like they're not, I promise you, they're not hiding it anymore. You know what I mean? So y'all need to start acting accordingly. My people, you need to start moving accordingly. If you're catching my drift, I'm sure you are. They're not trying to hide it. And that is the most dangerous part about it. If we did not have independent media sources and we did not have other media sources, if you will, gossip, hot takes, we would not hear about this. It would be months, close to a year before we'd hear about this, years even. Because mainstream media isn't talking about it. I even went and looked myself. I'm like, why the fuck? Why? Usually this is posted all over The Guardian. It's posted all over whatever, BBC, East West Blip Press. I don't know. Press, media source. Who gives a fuck? The bottom line is they let this motherfucker go. And that motherfucker been buried underneath the jail. He's going to try and do it again. That's, we know for certain. He did not show up to that location with over 200 rounds of ammunition with a manifesto and an intent to die by smooshmide by police officer, just so y'all can let him go and he go about his merry way. No, he's going to try again. So my people, you know what to do. Lock in, twin, be on your P's and Q's.
Yep. That's his full on insanity. Full on insanity. Because mind you, if this was somebody who was black and they planned on, doing this to any community directly out there, every news organization would have been running this for 24, 48, 72 hours. All of the conservative or right-wing social media platforms would have been running this. You would have heard everybody talk about it. But when it deals with this cop and what it is that he was planning on doing in the black community, it's like, oh, okay, whatever. So the other thing I want to also list to black folks as well, right, is the fact that I told y'all for quite some time that they're doing things in order to antagonize. I think I might have even mentioned this slightly during the whole thing with like Botham John. Way back, like early. Like I said, a lot of folks wasn't there for that, but I could have sworn I might have mentioned somewhere, during that time dealing with that, because even during that extent, there was a lot of racist acts, and terror that were taking place and happening. And I'm like, yo, this was just coming. It was like one after another, after another, after another. It doesn't matter if it was like kids at school, somebody, just walking, somebody looking at their own house, going to their own. It was a lot of stuff that was sitting up to taking place and happening. And I'm like, they really doing some test trials to try to see what's going to happen. They're trying to really test the waters and trying to figure out what's going to be the trigger that will be the catalyst in order to get the desired result that they want. And they still haven't found it. They still haven't figured it out. They might be able to figure out everything else, but this one is just something that they are stumped directly on, which is pretty shocking, because I'm like, you can plan 100 years ahead, and play 5D chess on everything else when it deals with the whole globe and everything that comes directly with it. But when it deals with this, and you're trying to formulate a catalyst in order to, make Black Americans do what it is that you want to do, you really just can't sit up there and get it right. And I'm not too surprised. Not too surprised. Like I said, it's crazy work. 100% crazy work. And now we're going to go into the next one, right? Which is going to be very interesting because you're going to see two women. One woman that you can clearly see. It almost looks like she's wearing a mask. You're going to see this Caucasian woman, and then you're going to see a Hispanic woman who are both going to speak directly about Black women. Like I said, this stuff is very, very interesting. And this is why I sat up there and said for a lot of the the Black women out there, you got to really be very mindful of who it is that you are specifically around, or that you decide that you want to partner up with, so to say, when it deals with "we are women, hear us roar" and all this other type of nonsense, because those will be the exact same people that will drag you at the end of the day when it comes time for it. Because I kept telling people, like, yo, you want to keep siding directly with white women, but white women are going to play for the home team no matter what, right? So let's take a listen to this.
When I would say you need to bring your child on time. We have a situation where in the Black community, unfortunately, there is a lack of father and parental father strong figures in the home. And so you're seeing a lot of behavior because of that outcrop of that. And instead of like blaming whitey or blaming slavery or whatever the things that are going to be blamed on this panel, I'm 100% sure, instead of blaming whitey, why not take a look at the behavior that's going on with some members of the Black community and have a come to Jesus with them about it?
Bunke, your thoughts about this?
Well, I've been a teacher at both inner city and suburban schools. And in the inner city, we were never scared of school shootings, right? So when we're talking about different groups being vilified, if we're looking at the history of America and who has done the most violent crimes, it's your people. In regards to the way Black women are viewed, I'm going to continue speaking, but I'm going to make sure that you're not intimidated right now, are you? I want to make sure you're comfortable, because as a Black woman, that's what we have to do in order to have a platform, right? In order to be able to speak uninterrupted, you have to make sure that you make somebody else feel comfortable. So outside of what we're seeing on social media, we know that 600,000 Black women have been laid off, have been pushed out of the workforce, when we continue to be the most educated group of people in this country. And if we're looking at this panel, that's also evident.
All right, Carmen, let's hear from you. Your thoughts about that?
She ain't lying. Okay, well, I graduated magna cum laude in a language that I just learned at the time, because I am from Venezuela. And we see the aggression in this panel with Yolanda and here to my right, and that's the problem. But now let's talk about Kamala and Jasmine Crockett. You know, Jasmine Crockett is the best example of somebody that instead of representing their community with grace, is just being loud, is just being aggressive, and is dancing in the halls of Congress. And then we have Kamala, which we all know she got where she got on her knees. Her story is way long, and she just got where she got because she filled many boxes in the DEI. Let's talk about merit, not about color. As a Latina, I don't feel any woman of any color with that behavior represent me as a woman. I'm a minority. I want people to get places based on merit.
All right, Jasmine, Terry, let's hear from you.
So I think we need to stay on topic. So we're going to go back to Yolanda for her initial. Let's go back to history, right? Black women were told to cover their hair because it made white women uncomfortable, right? So the reality is, whether you breathe or not, baby, we're the standard. And that's what it is. The beginning and the end starts with the Black woman. So regardless, whether you want to admit it or not, I think for the both of you, you stay on topic, because what you just spoke about had nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Absolutely did.
So we're going to go back. So we're
Stop interrupting.
Let me land. So the reality is, for the both of you to sit on the side of me and talk about aggression, what is the difference in what you're doing and what we're doing right now? Having a conversation. And yet we're the one, you just literally called out both of these Black women on the panel, and you sit here with your attitude and you have a problem, but you tell them that they're aggressive, right?
Well, I have a long story with Yolanda.
So we talk about it.
She
mad because I whooped her in the congressional race. So the Black women,
you were very
let me finish, please.
And I've graduated magna cum laude.
So you saw that, right? So you saw one who is an immigrant, person of color, directly to the side of the Black woman, right, a Venezuelan. and she decided to try to use Kamala Harris, Indian, and Jasmine Crockett, and sit up there and say like, look at how aggressive, or look at the actions of these women. They basically only got in where it is that they are because of DEI, this wokeness. They didn't get there because they earned it, and yada yada. I'm like, that is what I'm like, but on top of that, Jasmine Crockett and Kamala Harris had nothing to do with the conversation. The white woman wanted to bring up fatherlessness in the black community, and this is the first fatherlessness stories that I really ended up hearing about when it dealt with America as a whole. I remember hearing about the Wild Wild West and how white men were sitting up there leaving, and I'm talking about in droves, leaving their families from one part of America to another part of the United States. It's like, well, Jam, the West is calling. I got to see what it is, and if I make it, I send you a letter. I write you and Jimmy Bob and Tom Tim, and I'll let you guys know what happened. And if not, you already know. Don't come looking for me. I'm gone. And they weren't gone, and nor were they successful in finding gold, but they did start up a whole nother family. But like I said, people don't want to sit up there and talk about that. People don't want to talk about that. And then when the lady wanted to again talk about violence, the black woman to the far left, she brought up the fact, she was like, if we were to look at America as a whole, the most violent people here are your people. She's right. You can try to per capita or whatever it is that people normally like to sit up there and say, but people they don't add in the wars that America is a part of, because they'll be like, that's shielded by patriotism. That's shielded by freedom. It's shielded by the American flag. But I'm like, violence is still violence. It doesn't matter how you want to, try to call it, try to say that it's right or whatnot or whatever. The Christian faith has gone on a lot of different quote unquote marches across this planet and committed violent and atrocious acts in the name of God. Right? Does that make them any less violent? No, it doesn't. But have other people sit up there and tell it, be like that. That's, like I said, that is some diabolical work. And the amount of times that I done heard honest white women out here actually speaking on how white men in their own community, it doesn't matter if it was a father, stepfather, or brother, stepbrother, whatnot, or whatever, there's a lot of stories directly out there. The woman in the blue would never listen or doesn't want to hear those stories. And the reason why is because she's one of the main ones that will shelter the men in those communities. Matter of fact, to further prove the point, there's a video that I have where you had some predator hunters. They were, hey, what is up, Shauna? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is up, Sonny? What is up? There were some predator hunters, right? Online, predator hunters. And there was a guy, I want to say he might have been like early 20s, maybe late 20s, living with his mom, literally mom's basement. And he was supposedly going to meet a 13-year-old. And of course, he met grown men. And the mother was sitting up here talking about, I'm about to sit up there and call the police and this, that, and the third and every. I'm like, you gotta be kidding. They got all of the proof and the evidence and the pictures that your son is a pred. And the main thing that you do as a white woman, you're not going to acknowledge the fact. You're going to further double down, triple down, and you're going to sit up there and shelter him and protect him, because you don't want people villainizing him, criminalizing him, and throwing him away and locking him up in jail or prison where he needs to sit up there and be. This is why a lot of things are able to happen and take place directly in the white community, specifically because of white women, because they're the ones that spearhead a lot of this stuff and they allow it to happen. A lot of white women know the wrongs and the ills of their community, but they will do everything possible to shelter and protect those men, especially their sons. They're not trying to protect the world, not even try to protect themselves. They just want to protect their sons. Even if it means burning the world down, even if it means the world has to sit up there and suffer. Like I said, this is why we got a lot of the issues and the problems that we currently have at this moment in time. That's some wild work. That is diabolical. The amount of videos I've seen where these dudes are caught and they're living with a grandmother or a mother or some type of woman in their community. Like I said, it's wild work. You even had, in some instances, you have fathers trying to sit up there and, tell them, hey, you're not filming anything. Get away from my son and this. I'm like, dog, what is your problem? There was only one white father that I've seen that after the evidence was presented, he was like, yo, I can't protect you no longer. I'm like, whoa, back that up. Beep, beep, beep. What you mean you can't protect him any longer? So this is not the first time that you found out. This isn't your first time hearing about this. This has more than likely happened multiple times. And like I said, that's what I'll be saying, dog. It's a lot of problems there, but they don't want to highlight and talk about this stuff. This is why they always sit up there and start talking about, but the blacks, the crime rate, the murder. That's all they talk about. That's the only thing that they can sit up there and bring directly up. And now it's shifted from that to them being victims, and now they're trying to portray to the world to sit up there and say that they're just in America. You got white folks out here trying to portray to the world that they're under attack by the blacks. I'm like, what? I'm like, really? I'm like, who in their right mind is going to really sit up there and listen to you and fully believe you that you're saying 100% you guys are under? Come on now. Come on. But like I said, you would be surprised. You would be very, very surprised. Very surprised. Shout out to Kid Kinetic. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I see that what is that? I think that's Miles that you got as the picture down there. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the 2 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Right. So now we're gonna go directly into this next video, and this one is a very nice one, right? And this is something that I've talked about before, where we've talked about, the whole thing of the diaspora and how you got Jamaicans and Haitians and Dominicans and Africans and Black Americans, right? Nobody's getting along, nobody's getting together. But all of these folks will come together, formulate Voltron in order to attack and call Black Americans hateful, xenophobic, racist, and a supremacist group, right? They'll say all of these negative things, right? But yet, as going by the title, St. Kitts and Nevis agrees to take United States migrants. Cool, right? But says no to Haitians. Ain't that something? Now, I could have sworn, let that have been a title talking about Black Americans are not going to take in or accept Haitians in the United States. Do you understand how everybody's mouth would have been running? But when it deals with somebody from the Caribbean saying that, hey, we realistically are only going to take other Caribbeans, we don't want no Haitians, silence. Dead silence. So let's just take a look and listen at this video.
People, I saw this and I didn't want to believe it until I heard it for myself. But the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis has stated that they will be taking in third country deportees from the U.S. as long as they are from Caribbean community countries, CARICOM citizens, except those from Haiti. Take a look.
St. Kitts and Nevis has negotiated and entered into a memorandum of understanding with the United States of America for the potential transfer of certain third country nationals. And I want us to listen carefully, who are citizens or nationals of the Caribbean community. This does not involve anybody outside of CARICOM. And I would further say that because of security matters, it does not include Haiti at this particular time.
Now, the Prime Minister stated that it is for security reasons that we will not be accepting Haitians. And I want to ask, what's the reason? What are the reasons? What threat do Haitians pose that nobody else in CARICOM could pose? And before anybody says, oh, you don't see the conflict in Haiti, they're not in Haiti. They're literally in the U.S., being deported from the U.S. to St. Kitts and Nevis. So what threat do they pose? That's my only question. What threat do Haitians pose? That's the only question. Okay, bye.
I'm just gonna sit up there and say, for the dude who was talking, let me go back to the dude on the screen. I don't really understand why he got a problem with it if you know the guy who was a representative is basically stating he don't want folks there for whatever reason that he can make up a reason, right? The police make up reasons on why it is that they can sit up there and arrest you and whatnot or whatever. It is what it is. If he is a representative of the people there, the people voted for him and he's there to protect those people and everything, and he's supposed to follow, what it is that the people basically state, he is doing just that. Those people and the representative do not specifically have to tell nobody what the reason is. The reason could be, well, at this moment in time, the sky is green, but the moment in time that the sky turns purple, then they can. If that's what they want to say, that's what they want to say. What is anybody going to do about it? Nothing. Like I said before, the only thing that people can do is ask a question, because it ain't nobody that you can complain to. It ain't nobody that you can run to sit up and be like, yo, you need to let us up in here. If these folks are basically saying that they don't want these people here, why would you want to be there? That's my question. That's the question that you should be asking. Like this, whoever this dude down at the bottom who was running his mouth during the video, why would you want to be somewhere where people are saying that they don't want you there? How much sense does that make? If you got a group of people on an island sitting up there telling you we don't want you here, why would you want to place yourself there? Why would you want to place your people there? That's a dangerous situation. Why do that? You want to ask questions and you want to try to be there. What type of sense does that make? Do you not care about your safety? Do you not care about your livelihood? Do you not care about your longevity? Do you not care about your people? I'm a little bit confused. Why is there even a discussion? Why is it even up for an argument? Like I said, here in the United States, there are things such as sundown towns. If white folks basically say that they don't want the blacks there, it is what it is. I'm not about to sit up there and argue with them. I'm not about to sit up there and try to stump my feet and be like, yo, but why don't you want me there? I'm one of the good ones. I'm this, I'm that, I do this, I went to school here, and it don't matter. Why would you want to be there after people told you they don't want you there? They don't need you there. This is not beneficial for you. Like I said, the type of the type of questions and arguments that people want to make towards other people that are really telling them that we don't care about you, move on somewhere else, that's crazy. That's a sickness. That is 1000% a sickness. If you really want to indulge in a whole thing of like, hey, why don't you want us here? So you just like going through stuff, huh? I guess that's what you want. So you already got Haitians that went through stuff in the United States. So I guess you want them to go through to the other islands where they said that they don't want them there, and you want them to go through things with the people on that island. Okay. If that is what you want to sit up there and do, go ahead and do that. Like that's crazy. Like that is a straight insanity and craziness. Shout out to Kid for another 2 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Kid was like, right. Sonny was like, LOL, OMG, I remember MAGA. That was funny. The professor. What is up? You said, is he reflecting the will of the people, question mark. Also, what if that yardstick was directed towards you? White folks say that they don't want us in America. Are you leaving now? Your logic is twisted. The craziest part is I'm guessing that you didn't hear me give the example of a sundown town. Did you? I think you missed that part. So let me give that back again. So I said in the United States, there existed or still exists sundown towns. You got areas where white people specifically be like, hey, this is whites, this is us. We don't want you blacks here. I'm not arguing with them, nor am I going to put myself there. I'm not going to place myself there. I'm not going to try to call the police so that they can let me in. I'm not going to try to get with the White House administrators. I'm not going to try to go to the Democrats or the Republicans. I'm not going to try to do any type of proving ground in order to be around a group of people that specifically stated that this is for them and they don't want me there. I'm good. You're in your space. I'm in my space. That's how we coexist. So going back to your point when you were sitting up here saying that my logic is kind of twisted. No, actually, it's not. because I clear cut gave an example before you decided to even write what it is that you decided to write. You were just hard of hearing and decided not to listen. Like I said before, this is how I know when I make content and people opt not to sit up there and actually listen to what it is that I state. Like that's why I work. That's why I work. Why I work. Okay, so let me keep going, right? So you said I'm talking about, man, that autocorrect is I think maybe you must be doing text to speech. I'm just, going to go that way. You said I'm talking about this country as a whole. White people don't want any of us here. So when are you leaving? I'm not leaving because I was always here. I'm pretty sure, I'm guessing that you don't know by definition what that potentially means or entails. Because the craziest part, how you're basically saying that white people don't want us here. White people are not even here naturally. Do I have to go back and pull out the dictionary again and give the definition of what an American professor? Do you, because you called yourself Professor Morpheus, right? So you should red pill, blue pill, right? You should basically know certain things. Do you know the definition? Because I'm about to go back and get this definition dictionary. Do you know? Let me know if you know the definition of American. I'm giving you some time, Professor. Right? Because you took on the name to basically say that you're, in a sense, educated or knowledgeable about some stuff. I'm giving you some time. Let me know if you know the definition of American, since we're having this discussion. Had to go get my book real quick. Let me know. Let me know. I'm giving you some time to sit up there and write in the comment section. Use Google, use whatever you want to sit up there and use. I'm going to use a book. You can clearly use the supercomputer, aka a cell phone that you have directly near you, or maybe a computer. Y'all's design. What is up? What is up? What is up? Waiting for you to reply back. You said, why stay where you're not wanted? I mean, the sun is clearly affecting people negatively. So if the sun is basically telling you may not be built for this planet, why stay on this planet? Do you see how that works? But I'm pretty sure you're not going to take it that far, right? Pretty sure you're not going to go to that extent. Just saying. Let me see. What else do we got here? I'm still waiting for the professor to pull up. Yeah, I told you nobody called. That was the alarm that I had set that went off. Let me see what I missed somebody's comment up there. Rabbit said there's a huge difference in having some people say that they don't want you in a country you're from and people rejecting you in a country you're trying to attach to. Oh, that's bars. that is bars. That's 100% bars. That is bars. This man, Ty was like, yo, I called him. That's crazy. Yo, do you not know how to respond to a question that is present? Like, it's crazy when somebody specifically presents a question, y'all just move the goalpost somewhere else. Is like, I didn't hear none of that. But yeah, you was talking about the sun over here and yada 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 yada. Okay, I got you, no problem, Professor. Since let me give you a little bit here. So it says from this book, this is like an 18. Let me go back again. You see. 1828 dictionary, right? So again, this is not hearsay. These are not my words. White people wrote this book, not me, Professor, right? So it says American, pertaining to America. Second definition, it says a native of America originally applied to the Aboriginals or the copper color races. Now, Professor, when you sat up there and said that, these same words that happen to the other immigrants can apply to me as a Black American, right? Where there's people here that don't want me here. How does that make sense? Because in this definition written by white people, it clearly states that white people originally did not come from America. Huh? This is not their designated spot. They were not born here. They do not originate here. It said clearly that America, a native of America, originally applied, which means that Europeans are not originally from America. It originally applied to the Aboriginals. Europeans are not Aboriginals, or the copper color races. Europeans are not copper colored. Found here by the Europeans. Oh, look at that. So in order for the Europeans to find somebody, that means that they had to travel from one place to another. So more than likely, they traveled from where they originated from in order to get here. Huh? Color me surprised. It's diabolical. Before I mentioned anything about the sun, I specifically presented the question of, do you know what America means? And I told you that you can use a computer or Google, whatever you wanted to sit up there and do. You opted not to do that. And then after that, a couple of seconds later, I then made the comment that I made about the sun. That's how that went. So like I said before, you got the definition of what American is and who it originally applied to, right? Who the original people were. And in that description, it wasn't Europeans, because Europeans came after. They didn't come before. They came after. Because in order for them to have found this, they had to have sailed or come from another place that they were staying or existed from in order to get over here. Because the original people are Aboriginals, right? And folks that are copper colored. None of those definitions apply to Europeans. So you said, and yet they always want to tell other people to go somewhere else. Your point seems to be, if anyone doesn't want you around, then you leave. If you have people, right? Whoa. Let me go back. Hold on. Let me scroll directly down. You said my point was only about the US and not Europeans. Where do you think that white folks where do you think that white folks originated from? Are we in the same, are we confused here? Where do you think where do you think their bloodline came directly from? Like, are we on the same page here? You got to be kidding me. It was like my comment was about the United States, not Europeans. Who do you think that this is all referring to? Like, are you confused? If Europeans came to the United States and found copper colored Aboriginal people here, right? Who do you think that the quote unquote Americans are of today when it deals with white Americans? Who do you think that those people are? They just came here? A meteor just like crashed down and just automatically these people just came out of that and they just spread all across the United States and just took over? I'm not sure if you're about at this moment in time, because it's like the more and more that you keep writing the comments, it's like the spelling is looking crazy. You know, it's looking kind of crazy. You said, and you knew what I was talking about. No, I don't. The white Americans of today are the Europeans of yesteryear. That's where their bloodline originally came directly from. Like, it's just like with the South Africans, the white South Africans. They didn't originate in South Africa. They came from Europe. Like what are we talking about at this moment in time? Are you confused? I think you're lost in this. I think you're lost in this at this moment. Shout out to Kid Kinetic for the 2 jewels. Shout out for another 2 jewels as well too. Somebody said that they don't want Haitians over here because they don't want what happened a long time ago in 1804. they don't want too many blacks over here. They're scared. White America, they scared. Wait, I'm confused. Wait, are you trying to say that if Haitians were to go to other places, that they would just cause like a revolution? You said history can repeat itself. Remember that. You seen what the Haitians did to Napoleon. They ran them off the land. They sure enough did. 1804. Okay, so that's what you were applying directly to, right? You are basically stating that Haitians would cause like a revolution wherever it is that they go. Is that what you're saying? I'll give you some time to reply. Because I know it takes a little bit for folks to get that. Give you a little bit of time. While you're taking your time to reply, I'm just going to try to get this video real quick. You said, what is it? What do you say? Let me go to you. Leslie said that the fact that white South Africans are not originated from South Africa, they are blood descendants from somewhere else. That is true. No, I get that part, but I'm just, making sure that what you're stating is that other places don't want too many Haitians because Haitians will basically start a revolution. I'm just trying to figure out. Yo, Shauna, what is up? Much love for the two jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So Leslie, I'm just trying to get this very straight, right? You're stating again that if too many Haitians basically show up in one place, that they're going to cause a revolt, they're going to cause a revolution, and basically free the people. Trying to give this man some time. Because I understand that like I said, stream may be delayed, for people. You said, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that they will cause a revolution. What I'm saying is that why do white Americans have a problem with other dark-skinned individuals being here in America? What is the issues? Wait, what? Because I guess people don't understand white Americans. White Americans will do what it is that normally white Americans do. Originally, white Americans did not like the Irish and the Scottish being over here. They weren't naturally normally identified as being white up until later, up until white Americans figured that, we can actually use them to buffer our numbers and do X, Y, and Z and yada, yada, yada. You said if black people, no matter where they come from, can stand together in America, imagine what can happen. Black people, no matter what background. Da, 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 da. So this is what I'm trying to sit up there and figure out. Like, maybe you're not too privy to what's been happening on social media, that some of the truths that have been coming directly out, especially when it deals with those from other places who are melanated. I'm not going to sit up there and say black because normally other folks out there do not call themselves black. Haitians are not going to call themselves black because they're from Haiti. Everywhere that they look, they see themselves. So they don't have to use color as a designator in order to describe themselves. They'll just say that they are Haitian. Jamaicans are the exact same way. Dominicans are the exact same way. South Africans are the exact same way. Brazilians, right? Along with Africans in the United Kingdom and Africans who are from Africa. But instead of calling themselves African or black, they will just say that, I'm Nigerian, I'm South African, I'm Kenyan, I'm, from the Congo or whatnot or whatever. Right? In Black America, right? In America, I'm sorry. Color is a construct, it is a designator in order for people to identify, because America is built and has always been about race. Originally, it wasn't like that. It didn't start that way up until Europeans came directly up over here, and then, quote unquote, modernized and transitioned everything to, clearly what it is at this moment in time, right? You said, I mean, if all black people get together, not just Haitians, but all black people, we can come together as one to make things more better. We can be stronger. Yeah, I mean, that sounds great. That sounds, awesome in a perfect world. Haiti has a lot of problems. There's nothing that black Americans can do to come together with Haitians in order to fix Haiti. There's nothing that we can sit up there and do there. You got Haitians that are not even really trying to fix Haiti, right? And then y'all pretty much share an area with the Dominicans, and y'all have a war back and forth with the Dominicans and the Haitians, Dominicans, right? So then you have some of those that ended up escaping and coming directly to the United States, making it to Florida and a few other places, and then you come into the communities where Black Americans are, and people aren't really deciding to come together. They still want to be separate. I got videos of Haitians saying that they're not black. Don't call them that. They are Haitian. And they be like, we got strong Haitian blood over here, revolutionary blood, 1804 blood, and this, that, and the third. And you also got Haitians that will sit up there and say that, we don't really respect Black Americans because it's like, what did y'all really fight for? Like, what did y'all really do? It's like in comparison, as Haitians, like we revolted, we did this, we did that, and all this other. So I'm like, I'm just a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused on why it is that people make it seem like it's just so simple for everybody to come together when everybody has never wanted to come together. I'm a little bit confused. You said, I mean, what is the issue? Why Haitians cannot live freely in America like every other culture who is here? When you dig deep down, rooted, the Haitians went through a lot in America. I mean, it'd be like that, but y'all got to take that up with white folks, and y'all not going to do that. Y'all not going to do that. So it's like I'm a little bit confused on the questioning, there or the presentation or the how it is, right? Because I'm trying to get the words together because mine is going at 1,000,000 miles a minute. By everything that you clearly stated, whatever problem the Haitians got, y'all better take that up with the United States government or white folks. But it's like y'all ain't gonna do that. There's white people down there in Florida that y'all can sit up there and clearly talk to, and all this other. Y'all ain't trying to see them. Y'all ain't trying to talk to them. Y'all ain't trying to 1804. Like y'all ain't trying to do that. And then on top of that, it's like the craziest part is, in a lot of instances, I hear everything about this 1804 energy and whatnot or whatever. And like I said, I got respect for a lot of people, but I don't understand how in one instance the energy is there, and then we got another instance like this. So what I was able to gather from a lot of the stuff that I was able to see is the fact that people in certain instances had two choices. They could self-deport and get $2,000 or $2,600 and go back home, or they could decide to be in the United States, but you got to basically be shackled up digitally. A lot of Haitians was like, yo, I'd rather be put in chains digitally. And they chose that ankle monitor. So for me, when I'm hearing, Haitians talk about, like 1804 energy and all this other type of stuff, it's like I get highly confused because that's looking like a brand new version of slavery to me. You said because they are in fear, because they are afraid, they think about what they did for so many years to black people that it will turn around and be done to them if black people. I'm not even sure who you're even replying directly to. You said, not saying that. What I'm saying is how much longer you think that another coach that sits in another place and they see unfairness happening to where something is going to jump off at some point. I'm just trying to figure out where you're trying to even get both of these comments directly to, because I'm highly confused. I'm a little bit I'm highly confused because like I said before, I've seen a lot of people disrespectfully speak on Black Americans and say that we ain't fight for nothing, we ain't earn nothing and whatnot or whatever, and all types of disrespect. But like I said, the only reason that a lot of folks, including Haitians, are even in the United States and sitting comfortably at this moment in time and getting these amenities and all this other type of stuff is because of Black Americans. That's all I'm saying. And this is why I keep sitting up here trying to tell people, like, when Black Americans had these conversations and we talk about topics like this, it's in response to what it is that other people have been stating for so long, for a very long time, left unchecked, because we decided to be nice and overlook it and everything of the sort. You said, okay, I get what you're saying. So if a person that comes from Africa, he's African despite where his skin color, what his skin color tone is. If a person comes from Jamaica, he is Jamaican despite what his skin color tone directly is. That's not specifically what I'm stating. I'm taking the words directly from those Haitians, those Africans, those Jamaicans, and everybody else. Whenever it is that Black people have tried to, in a sense, assimilate and have people come be a part of us, they'll be like, no, 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 me no Black, me no Black, me no Black. Right? Me no Black, I'm Haitian. Me no Black, I'm African. Me no Black, I'm Caribbean. Me no Black, I'm Jamaican. Me no Black, I'm South American. Me no Black, I'm Mexican, and all this other type of stuff. So, like I said, this is not me just sitting up there saying it from some feeling standpoint. I'm looking at the sources. I'm looking at representatives of those countries, and I'm listening to their conversations. Either they're speaking English or I have to translate it, but they're all saying the exact same thing. Do not call me Black. Right? Like I said, I'm just a little bit confused. And for me, this Haitian man with this 1804 revolutionary energy, right? At one moment in time, Haitians were free. And then Haitians are now choosing to be in the United States and to be, in a sense, be in shackles digitally. That's weird to me. What happened to the revolutionary blood? That's all I'm asking. I'm just trying to figure out where is that at this moment in time, because I'm not seeing it anytime I see these videos of Haitians wearing ankle monitors. That's wild to me. So instead of choosing to be free and be at home and just trying to make it work and trying to, build things back up with your people there, you would rather be here and monitored 100% on a tether. That's wild. That's wild. The other thing I want to sit up there and list as well too, like I've stated before, is the fact that this Haitian man, let me see, what was it? People overseas in America. I don't even know what it is. That's a random. You said people don't understand our history. Da, da, da. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Shauna. Mary said, and then they should not accept the benefits from agencies, colleges, and etc. Refuse them and don't apply the benefits. That's bars. The other thing you said, I never put Black on the app. Other is always available. The other thing I want to sit up there and list as well too is something that I went over before, which is the fact that if you have somebody, and this is an older Haitian man, I want to say he's probably like in his 40s, maybe close to like his 50s. If you've been here for quite some time, right? You had more than ample time. There's some, naturalized or some Haitians that got their citizenship. You could have partnered up with them. You could have got married to an American Haitian citizen and got, citizenship that way. Or a job that you worked for, you could have looked for different companies or whatnot to basically sponsor you and fast track you on your way to citizenship. There's a multitude of ways in which he could have got a citizenship, but he opted not to do any of those things. And now he's in a predicament that he's in because he wanted to do everything else but what was important. And that's what a lot of folks tend to do. They want to do everything else but what is important. And they want to do what's important at the last minute, and it's too late. It's like a kid knowing for a week that you got this project that's due Friday. So Monday through Thursday, you want to sit up here and just lollygag. You want to play around. You want to go outside. You want to play video games and all this other type of stuff Monday through Thursday. But then when Friday pulls up, now you want to sit up there and start rushing. Now you want to start trying to meet that deadline. It's too late. it's too late. You've already sat up there and messed up. So it's basically it's on you at the end of the day. Ain't nobody going to sit up there and feel sorry for you. And then, like I said, I gave y'all the video from yesterday where this Latin woman, she was sitting up there trying to ask for like some type of like amnesty or whatnot or whatever, but she was in the country for like 37 years and she still couldn't speak English. I'm like, that's disrespectful. That's not only disrespectful to America and to the people here, but it's also disrespectful to those immigrants who went through the proper channels to get their citizenship. And that's even more disrespectful to those who are still waiting online for their name to get called because they went through the proper channels. They waited the time that they needed to wait so that they can gain their citizenship. Like I said, I don't like people who are, cheaters. Like you want to cut directly in front of the line after everybody took their time to wait. Nah. Get all the way to the back. Get all the way to the back of the line, all the way to the back. But like I said, I come in defense for those who did the things that they were supposed. Like I said, I don't have problems with folks who went about things the right way. You got immigrants here who came here and they waited their time. They did the right things, went through the proper channels, talked to the government, got representatives, or whatever it is that they had to do. They made sure to sit up there and do it. I respect that. I don't got no problem with that. They're not even really a part of this conversation because, again, I have no problems with them. I have a problem for those who want to cheat their way in order to get a type of citizenship or a type of protection or an amnesty, whatever it is that people want to sit up there and say. You're cheating your way. You're trying to fast track your way past everybody else. You're trying to be first in line. There's 1,000 people waiting. You're trying to be number one. Nah, that's not. No, I'm not about that life. I'm sorry. That's unfair. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. And for other folks to not call it out for what it is ridiculous. It's trifling. That's 1,000% trifling. Leslie said, so that means that it is best to say in America for Black Americans, if you're not getting treated fair, you still don't get no respect. Then what's next? What should happen? Another month? I'm like, what are you saying? You said, what's crazy is I came across a story that I've never knew about because there's a lot of things that we don't know. A guy named Arthur McDuffie, Google the situation that happened to him in Miami, Florida. I'm trying to figure out. I think I might know that story. You brought it up. You could have just easily explained it. Lord of mercy. Trying to stay directly on topic. Let me see. Oops. I spelled it. Let's see. I have to look at news. Nope. Let me just go back. Make sure I got this spell right. Let me see. That's why I went wrong. Okay. There we go. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what does this have to do with the conversation? What does that story have to do with the conversation? He says, so what I'm saying is that Black Americans in America go through a lot and still going on low key, it's still going on, and still what should happen in history where enough is enough. However it basically works out is the way that it's going to sit up there and work out. That's what I'm sitting up here saying. I'm just trying to figure out. So how are you trying to draw like some type of parallels here? Because it's almost like you're trying to say that if Black Americans basically fight or support Haitians, then by way of that, then all of the things that happen to Black Americans in the United States will stop. And that doesn't make sense to me because Haitians have been here for a very long time and all of this stuff has still been happening. So with or without Haitians being here or Africans being here, everything that's been happening is still going to happen because this is America. It's going to work itself out one way or another. So I'm a little bit, again, I'm trying to figure out where you're trying to go with this whole conversation by bringing up this story. Just trying to figure out. Take your time. Take your time. Like, I'm just trying to figure out. You said the only time black folks come together in America is when it involves a death of young black men or an adult black man. But why not come together to get some straightening? Um, a lot of things take place that are not specifically stated on the news or social media. Things take place, things happen. I'm not sure why it is that people believe that things aren't happening just because you're not able to see it on social media or the news or whatnot or whatever. I'm a little bit confused on that. I mean, I can understand how you can get the theory that stuff isn't happening because you're not being privy or made aware directly to it. But like I said, stuff happens all the time that we don't know nothing about. So the only thing that people can sit up there and do is just theory craft and be like, oh, black Americans ain't doing this. Black Americans ain't doing that. Again, people are theory crafting because people are so used to being force fed or freely given information instead of, going around and seeing what's happening. I'm just trying to figure out, like, why would you expect black Americans to sit up there and tell the world what it is that they're doing or how it is that they're going to go about doing? That doesn't make any type of sense. You said white folks are not only the issue towards Haitians in America. There are many stories that is primarily evidence that Haitians went through issues with some black Americans that didn't accept them. Y'all keep bringing up these anecdotal stories. You and Africans keep bringing up these same anecdotal stories, sitting up there talking about like, oh, y'all was calling us African booty scratchers. Or the other video that I gave y'all where Haitians were like, yeah, since the 1980s, we had to sit up there and like fight black Americans. We've been sitting up there fighting them for 30 years, left and right. We had to sit up there and create the Zoe Pound, and we had to do this, that, and the third, and yeah, and rah, 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 and da, 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 da. I'm like, dog, Jesus Christ. Y'all was making claims online that black Americans were just sitting up there attacking y'all. Y'all literally only are in, out of all 50 states, y'all in 4 states. Black Americans are pretty much in every single state in the United States. Like, do we not understand certain things? Like I said, y'all like to stay directly in these type of like collectives. Y'all stay in these small little areas. But somehow, some way, all of y'all Haitians got the exact same story about black Americans. I'm like, word. And then the craziest part is, hold on, where's that clip at? Hold on, let me see if I got that clip from that young woman. This is why I sat up there and told people before, like a lot of these people from the islands, they don't even, it doesn't even register that they're talking to one of their own people. Like that's how crazy it is. I'm trying to see if I can find that clip real quick because there was a clip I had earlier today. Let me see. Was this a clip? Let me see. Hold on. Let me play this real quick. No, it wasn't that one. No, it wasn't that one. Hold on. Let me find it real quick. Give me a second. Because this is like the second. There we go. Oh, let me play this real quick to prove my point. And I have to play this video because far too many times there's a lot of folks out here who are immigrants and they don't even realize that they're talking to other folks that are immigrant. I had a video of I think 2 Africans. No, it was 2 Africans. I think it was 2 Haitians. And one of the guys, he was like, yeah, I'm Haitian, da da da, and all this other type of stuff. And he was like, yo, word? He was like, you Haitian? Like, I'm a Haitian too. He was like, yo, that's crazy. It's like, I wouldn't even have known it if you wouldn't have told me. I would have just like bypassed you. And then once they figured out that they both Haitian, they set up there and exchanged information. That's what I'll be talking about. But to make the point, look at this.
I used to think that all Haitians was dark-skinned and funny looking. I had a Dominican professor, and he told me that when Christopher Columbus discovered what he thought to be DR, that was Haiti. And he said those was the most beautiful people we've ever seen, and those was the black people. And that was the Dominican professor saying that. I like it coming from somebody that looked like him over there.
I'm Jamaican, actually, and black.
You Jamaican and black?
Oh, let me rewind that real quick. So that was a Haitian woman. We saw that, right? Because I think we got some Haitian people directly in the comment section. Like I said, it don't even make no sense. All of y'all are from the waters, but y'all don't even know who is who. She thought that the dude was just purely Black American. She thought that the dude was purely Black American. She was like, yeah, I like, hearing stuff like coming from somebody like him. And let me go back and sit up there and show you something. Let me show you that self-hate real quick, right? So you see the two skin complexions here. They're obviously not the same skin complexions. She's saying that she likes comments coming from him because he is lighter complected. Right? Just like she sat up there and said that Christopher Columbus or whatever European basically said, like, yeah, Haitians, the people there, they're the most beautiful people that they ever seen. Again, somebody who is light, somebody who is close to white, basically gave, quote unquote, a compliment. And she's saying, like, those are the types of people that she likes hearing stuff from. Let me rewind that one more time.
That was Haiti. He said those was the most beautiful people we've ever seen, and those was the black people. And that was the Dominican professor saying that. I like it coming from
Dominican.
somebody that looked like him over there.
I'm Jamaican, actually, and black.
You Jamaican and black?
Mm-hmm.
See, look at me, ignorant again.
See, I get it because I'm Haitian, and people always say that. They be like, "Oh, you're Haitian." I don't believe it because
They
they
think that I'm
they
Haitian.
never see like,
and I think it's disrespectful
weird.
because first of all, fuck I look like.
Oh, you heard what she sat up there and said? She was like, oh, you gonna, oh, so actually she might not be Haitian. Oops. But the point still stands. So when people want to sit up and say about Black Americans be disrespectful, and she was right next to a Haitian woman, right? And the Haitian woman was darker complected. And people like, when I sit up there and say that I'm Haitian, people were like, where? They don't believe I'm Haitian. The other woman, she was like, people call me Haitian. I'm like, what I look like? Like, what you mean? She said that it was a form of disrespect to ever call her or to ever think that she's Haitian. Ooh, that's diabolical. That is diabolical. 100%. 100% diabolical. But like I said, disrespect happens like this to Haitians all the time for other people directly about there, but they don't never had nothing to say. Maybe she might have been Dominican. I don't know. But like I said, all from roughly the same waters. Everybody's from an island. Like I said, all of this is crazy. You got two different women there. You had one woman that was proud to be Haitian. Let me pull back to her. You had this lady here, Haitian woman, proud to be Haitian, right? But people don't believe that she's Haitian because of her hair or whatnot or whatever. And then you got this woman here with her arrogance. And because of how she looks, she's like, you better not ever sit up there and call me Haitian. Oh, that's diabolical. Yeah, she's Dominican. And that also goes into the other aspect because I put it to you like this. In a lot of these areas, a lot of folks, the Dominican, Haiti, Jamaica, the Caribbeans, and South America, whatnot, a lot of them do not like the darker complected folks who are specific. Cuba is also listed in there too. I keep forgetting them, but Cuba is also listed as well too. Because I ain't gonna forget them. They were right up there. Because like I said, I got a book on the first and second, all three waves of Cubans. And the first and second wave did not like the third wave. The third wave was the darkest wave that came directly over. And the first and second wave told the darker Cubans, what are you doing here? America's not for you. Get back on that boat and go back home. So like I said, the type of colorism that is amongst all of these folks here is baffling. It is wild. Like I said, you got a lot of these folks that think that one is better than the other because their blood is more colonized. Their blood is more pure with the Spanish from Spain. Like I said, they ain't even really Spanish. That's over there in Europe, along with all those other places, right? But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. That's some diabolical work. But then these are some of the same folks that want to tell Black Americans that we hate ourselves, and that the reason that we hate ourselves is because we don't want to identify as African. A lot of Africans don't want to identify as African. That's why I gave y'all the clip before when it dealt with Burna Boy, who is Nigerian, who sat up there and stated early on in life he didn't want to identify or tell people that he was African. He would rather portray or be something else that he could be proud of. Anything but himself. Anything but his bloodline. You said yes. Even the lady who was on the Jamie Foxx show, she's Haitian. Yeah, I know you're talking about Fancy. Yeah, even one of the girls who played on Frankie Lyman, Why Do Fools Fall in Love? She's Haitian descendant too. I mean, okay. What does that have to do with the conversation? I'm a little bit confused. I'm like, you're pointing out some Haitians like here and there. I mean, that's cool. That's great. That does not have to do anything with the overall of what it is that Black Americans are. Having anybody from other countries here amongst Black Americans is not going to make or break us. Like I said, we had slave revolts without anybody's help. I need y'all to understand that. Like how y'all freed yourselves over there in Haiti, y'all fought back France, but y'all still had to pay that severe debt after winning a war. I'm sorry, you won a battle, but the real war was France getting that money back and forced you to pay them. Right? So I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, she does kind of look like Kaya. That's true. Yeah, that's true. But Kaya has been on a roll when it deals with social media and calling some stuff out though. You said, and what happened with the Black Americans in America every day from white folks like, come on, Jeffrey Epstein get away with, let me guess. I mean, Black Americans don't got nothing to do with that. Did you even read the celebrity list? That Black Americans don't got nothing to do with that. you bringing up like you doing some Mr. Fantastic, Luffy, Gear 2, Stretch Armstrong, Mr. Elastic and Plastic Man type of stretching here. I'm like, I'm trying to figure out what are you trying to stretch for at this moment? Because now you listing some whole other. You said what? You said, but in America, a Black man cannot live freely, legitimately, or try to do something big to change and aid the Black culture because you know what's going to happen. I mean, be real. Being in America is hard. Okay, so being in America is hard, and Black Americans have been surviving with and without the help of other people. So I mean, like, what are we saying? This is like living in America for us is a Tuesday. Like I said before, a lot of the stuff that we deal with in America, y'all have never even dealt with a fraction. Historically speaking, y'all haven't even dealt with a fraction of what it is that Black Americans have had to deal with and face in these United States. Y'all just got a little bit. Y'all got the easy stuff. You get stopped. You might get called a racial slur. You might, get placed directly in jail. Somebody might lie on you. Like I said, that's it. You're not showing me no white folks that's lying on you to the point where they're burning down little Haiti. You're not showing me that. How about that one? Let's try that. Let's try that one. Show me the moment in time. Show me several instances in United States history where white Americans have lied and used tears in order to burn down a little Haiti. Show me that. You said, so who built America? Wasn't America built by different backgrounds and not just one background built America? Who fought in those wars? Only one background and not different ones. Now you're going all over the place. Now you're just you're grasping at straws at this moment. So I got you. Okay. Right. So you said a multitude. Let's just go with your standpoint, right? You're saying that basically a multitude of people helped to build America. Fine. All right. Let's just stay directly on that stance, right? A multitude of people. We're going to both agree directly on that for the sake of the conversation. A multitude of groups built America, right? So now my question to you, after agreeing directly with you, who built all of the historical ancient architecture that is in the Grand Canyon? Who built that? Because it was stated that they have artifacts and things there that are reflective of Egypt. So I'm just trying to figure out how are you going to, say that it was a multitude of different cultures that built that. I'm just trying to figure that out. You said, yeah, the United States of America has officially been stamped and construed and fried mentally wise. We go at it with each other so hard than to look at the real enemy. I'm still waiting on a reply, directly. All of that ancient stuff that they stated that is reflective of Egypt that is here in the Grand Canyons, the areas that are completely blocked off from people. Who carved that out? Who built that? Who placed that stuff there? I'm just trying to figure that out. So you're not going to be able to tell me that it was the Italians, that it was the Spanish. You're not going to tell me that it was the Europe. I'm just trying to figure out. It's like you can read the comments real quick and respond to that with like a nice little, paragraph, but you're not responding to what I stated when it dealt with the Grand Canyon and that architecture that is there. You said if you really pay attention to what they didn't change from you're still talking about the Statue of Liberty. This is what I'll be talking about. See how you can sit up there and present one question. You can agree with somebody and then do a follow up and present a question, and then people just ignore that question and then they just focus on something else. I'm like, I done seen two responses directly to somebody just writing just one thing. This is the comment that he's responding to. Just that one thing. Wrote basically a paragraph real quick in response. I'm like, word? That's what we're doing? That's diabolical. That's diabolical. One person in the comment section, CM, said our ancestors, bars. Because they can't. There's no way that you consider. Oh, it was the Europeans. It was the Spanish. It was the Africans. It was the Haitians. It was the Jamaican. No. It wasn't none of them. Like I said, this is why when you present certain questions, people just like ignore it real quick. Because there's no way that they can sit up there and give the same answers that they've been sitting up there giving. They can't. Not going to be able to say nothing unless you're going to sit up and say, "Oh, it was aliens." And then let me go back. Let me skip past the bottom. Thing that you set up and wrote. You said pay attention to the real. The craziest part is Black America, speaking on real enemies, right? Because Haitians are landlocked, like you guys are just like locked in by all of that water, and you guys just had to deal with yourself after that war, that 1804, and you didn't really have to deal with nobody else. Black Americans have not only had to deal with white American, but we had to deal with everybody else. And we had to fight, we had to struggle, we had to strive. We had to move through a lot of stuff because a lot of people, you got the Asians that are the model minority, you got the Indians, you got the Mexicans, you got the Latins, you got the Scottish, you got the Irish, you got many more, including the Africans and whatnot. You got many other people that decided to come through, formulate Voltron and the Brotherhood of Mutants, and they wanted to basically be a body block or stopgap when it dealt with Black Americans and where it is that we were able to move. Just as long as they were able to get something that placed them a little bit above us, they were completely fine and dandy. And for the Haitians out there, we tried to sit up there and tell y'all a while ago that moving the way that you're sitting up there moving is not going to sit up there and it's not going to benefit you. It's not going to work out too well. Right. Matter of fact, something that goes directly with this conversation. Wait, let me go back to what you stated. You said there's a bunch of Haitians that were here in the 60s, 40s, 30s. I wish you would have put that in order. 60s, 40s, 30s, 70s, 80s, 90s. What I'm saying is we are coachable all here together. What are we going to do to put the bull crap aside? Y'all should have thought about that a while ago. If you didn't want things to be how they are at this current moment in time, you should have specifically got to your people earlier on. Don't try to sit up there and say kumbaya, let's break bread and let's put this to the side when Black Americans are now tired of everything and we're ready to sit up there and respond. Like I said, so let's go back to all of those years that you said. First of all, back in the 40s, where were y'all at when Black Americans were building their towns and cities and they were getting like burned to the ground? I'm talking about ashes to ashes, dust to dust. We were getting robbed and mugged. We were getting drive-bys happening directly to us. We had the white hooded gang pulling directly up, trying to strike fear directly into the Black community. Towns, getting made into like ponds. Everything getting paved over. Where were the Haitians at? Because y'all can never list a story about that. Where were y'all at? Where were y'all at? Where were the Africans at? Oh, that's right. Nowhere to be seen. Or better yet, y'all were minding y'all business like everybody else. So like I said, I'm a little bit confused on what's the use of trying to bring up that y'all were here ever since like the 40s. Y'all wasn't doing nothing for us. Y'all wasn't helping us with nothing. What? All of the towns and cities that we had, where were y'all at as backup? Nowhere to be seen. Where was that 1804 energy since y'all were here back then? Nowhere to be seen. What you talking about? What you talking about? You listing all of these years as if you really saying something. You ain't saying nothing. All that's sitting up there stating to me is that you were here long enough to see all of this happen and you stood idly by and sat silent and you were complacent. Even if you didn't light a torch, you didn't pour a gas can, you didn't make a firebomb, you didn't burn down a church, you were complacent and silent and allowed it to happen. That's all you sitting up there telling me. That's why I keep sitting up there telling people, like, sometimes it's not in your best interest to sit up there and say nothing. Because it's not going to sit up there and fare too well. It's not going to fare in the way that you want it to be. You're just going to make it look worse. Like I said, didn't y'all go to like Black communities down there in Florida? First of all, let's speak on Florida real quick. Like I said, from the book that I learned directly about the waves of Cubans that came directly over, they didn't even like Black Americans. It got to the point where Black Americans were being affected because they were undercutting Black Americans because they was like, yo, we work for cheaper if you sit up there and hire us. Cubans were sitting up there taking jobs like that. And not only were they doing it like that, they were also getting help by way of the CIA, which is a part of the United States government. And they were back in their storefronts down there. All of the stuff that should have went directly to Black Americans, all of the things that Black Americans should have been getting because they were law-abiding, they were sitting up there doing what it is that they need to sit up there and do. They were following all the things that they were supposed to do, and they ain't getting nothing for it. They got shafted again. No matter what group of people come here, Black Americans get put directly on the back burner, even though we're the ones that had and made and literally printed the red carpet that y'all are walking directly on in order to get through the door. That's wild. And like I said, going back to what you said before, look at all of the times, the 60s, the 40s, the 30s, the 70s, the 80s. And what did y'all do since then? What laws since you as a Haitian, right? You're speaking on and speaking up for your Haitian people. Out of all of that time that the Haitians have been here and y'all saw all the things that Black Americans were doing, how come y'all never came up as a collective and made an anti Black crime bill? Or any type of like hate bill, which made it a crime in order to hate on those because of the color of their skin. How come y'all ain't never do that? 1804 energy, what happened? Revolutionary energy, what happened? With all of that energy y'all had with France, y'all could have easily sat up there and dealt with the hooded gang, right? Y'all should have been able to deal with them real quick. Y'all fought France. Y'all sent them back. But when it came to the United States, because again, like I said before, in comparison to the island, the small island that y'all have, in comparison to the vastness and the largeness of the United States, that's a whole different monster. So I know why it is that you couldn't sit up there and have that 1804 energy. You couldn't sit up there and move like you did in Haiti. Like I said, that's some crazy work. And then y'all still sitting up there be making these statements talking about some, because of Haitians, because of our 1804 revolutionary energy, we're the reason that Black Americans are even free. Matter of fact, we're the reason that everybody who is Black around the world is free. That's a lie, at least for us. You might be able to say that for everybody else, but you're not going to be sitting up there saying that for us. Like I said, y'all fought in one major war. We've been fighting in a multitude of wars, either if it had to do with us or if it just had to do with the United States. Y'all been on a reprieve. Y'all been on vacation ever since 1804. Like, what we talking about? It don't matter if Black Americans were enslaved or not. It don't matter if we were segregated or not. It don't matter how racist the United States is or not. We've been a part of pretty much all of these wars in the United States while y'all stopped. Y'all stopped. Y'all had a break. Y'all had a reprieve. Y'all didn't have to do nothing else. Y'all just been chilling and relaxing, soaking up the sun, sitting on the beaches, clean air and all of that. Like I said, that's some crazy work. That is some wild work. That's some wild work. Like I said, and this is the disrespect we be talking about. This is 100% the disrespect that we be talking about. Like I said, Black Americans, we can get along with any and everybody. We can coexist. Like I said, even during segregation, we tried to sit up there and coexist with people while being in segregation. You got your side, we got our side. But even with that, it wasn't enough. And we had to suffer the consequences. So now when we got integration and we're amongst everybody, that's still not enough. Now we got to sit up there and deal with the racism coming directly from anybody, Hispanics, Latins, Mexicans, Africans. Well, better, I'm not going to say even racism deal with Africans. It's more so dealing with their version of slurs. Well, I guess you could, in a sense, call that, a form of racism. Like, I don't know. But, like I said, it's a lot of negative stuff. Matter of fact, to further put this directly on point, I'm going to let y'all listen directly to this African woman and what she has to state, right?
Being called African booty scratcher by the kids on my track team, who constantly would make fun of me for having a dad that was Nigerian. And they often made fun of him, even saying that he was a monkey in a white coat because he's a doctor. And it's still not the same. People playing fictional characters that are based on this really mixed, messed up, kind of obnoxious sense of what people think African culture is not the same as people that have no connection to Black American culture playing very real Black American figures and playing those characters that often don't even get the opportunity to be seen. People did not want to see a movie about Harriet Tubman outside of Black American cultures for the most part. So a movie about Harriet Tubman getting that opportunity to be put on that large of a stage is very different. And I have always given my light little bit of smoke about exactly what you're talking about. But the difference is between seeing the fact that Black Americans are significantly more likely to adopt people into their culture quicker when they realize that what they've done are wrong. I have uncles that have been here 25 years and they just are starting to say, oh, Black Americans are really mistreated and maybe I shouldn't have come over here and said that they just need to work harder. And it's taken them 25 years to not do that. I've got aunties, uncles who genuinely have tried to support Trump because they felt like Black Americans just were lazy.
Let me pause it right there. So you heard that from this woman here, right? I'm guessing she's saying that she is half and half, right? One side is African, literally. Then the other side is Black American. And she stated from the African side how they've always viewed and seen Black Americans. And then because they have the viewpoint and how it is that they deem and see Black Americans as lazy and all this other type of stuff, This is why a lot of Africans voted for Trump. Color me surprised. The same people who are still colonized over yonder are still fine with being colonized over here. They've never decolonized their minds. And this is why I know I put it to you like this. There's a video by a guy, streamer by the name of Ice Poseidon, racist. And on his stream, he has an African. I think the dude's name is Omazi or something like that, right? Not Black American. Japanese woman, because they're in Japan right now, on stream. Japanese woman sat up there and called him the N-word multiple times. I'm talking about like probably over like 10, 15, probably like 20 times. And I'm just sitting up there like looking at it. Before I knew that he was African, I was waiting to see like his response, just like looking at his face. And he had the face that I pretty much expected. He didn't have no type of reaction. There was not even like a flinch of like an eyebrow or anything like that. It wasn't even no type of comeback. And I'm like, yeah, you're African. Because that's normally what Africans do. It's just like the Nigerian woman who was in Japan or China, and or an Asian country, and the Asian woman there sat up there and called her the N-word. And the African woman, Nigerian woman, she came back and she turned around and she was like, "I'm Nigerian." And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, what does you Nigerian have to? I'm like, oh, I get it. So what you're trying to tell that African, the Asian woman, is that word doesn't apply to you because you're not Black American. Gotcha. I understand. You said, as a Black American in America, would you go to war for what you love so much in America if it comes down to it? If it comes down to a lot of be talking, but not gonna bust the grape for nothing, you're gonna hide in the bushes. Wait, I'm gonna hide in the bushes? Wait. Isn't this one of your guys? I'm just gonna keep this here as we're talking. Isn't this one of your guys? Ain't this the revolutionary 1804 bloodline that y'all keep talking about? Why you sitting up here saying that if anything happens in the United States that you know that I'm basically gonna be hiding in the bushes and all this other type of stuff? Ain't this the 1804 energy sitting on the floor crying? Ain't this the revolutionary bloodline on the floor crying with an ankle monitor directly on them? I'm a little bit confused because when I look down, when I look at my feet, I don't got an ankle monitor. I don't got a digital tether directly on my body where the United States government is trying to monitor where it is that I'm going. That's some crazy work. I'm just trying to. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know how that works, because last time I checked, the United States government don't have the possibility to sit up there and deport me because I'm Black American. You, my friend, if you're even in the United States, they have the possibility to potentially deport you, depending on, I mean, if you're naturalized or if you're a citizen, that's a whole different story. Then it would be this comment that I'm making would be extended to your friends and family. But I do know for this man that you're looking at right here, he had the choice of freedom, which is going back to Haiti, or to be put on a digital tether. He chose that digital tether. He chose slavery. Didn't y'all free yourselves back in 1804? So if you freed yourself in 1804, why would you choose to walk directly back into slavery after you freed yourself? Explain that to me. How does that pair up with the 1804 bloodline, with that revolutionary ideas? I'm just trying to figure out. Because you sitting up here saying Black Americans, we're not going to bust a grape. I don't see 1804 as busting a grape either. So what are we talking about? I feel like we're in the same boat at this moment in time. He chose slavery over freedom. I'm just a little bit confused. I'm still free for all intents and purposes. I can walk, go to and from in this country as I may, and I can also travel abroad. He cannot. So I'm a little bit confused. Make that make sense for me. Why are you talking? So let me know. You said, like I said, if Americans in America are ready to put all of that talk aside and go to war in America for what they believe, not just respect, but also financial economic effect in the black community. You do know there's a multitude of ways to have a war, correct? And all war does not require bloodshed. The greatest example that I got directly that I love using every single time is look at the Asians, right? Matter of fact, look at Japan, right? Um, Japan at one moment in time had a war with the United States, and the United States decided to return fire. Right? The Japan, in a sense, they stayed silent. Right? They just dealt with it. Look at where Japan is at this moment in time when it deals with the United States. America used to be, in a sense, sort of kind of like some kings when they dealt with animation, especially Disney, and now Japan has outshined them. Now, when you think about animation, you think about cartoons, you think about storytelling, you look directly at anime, you look at manga. A lot of American kids, a lot of the stuff that they have here is all Japanese. All Japanese. So, in one instance, yes, Japan lost, but in another instance, they are crushing America by way of media, by way of the media influence that they have of their shows, of their manga, of their animes, and everything of the sort, even the video games. And America can't do anything about that at all. And the best way to get to the youth, the best way to get to those people is by way of media. Like, yeah, you can sit up there and suppress and oppress people by way of wars and everything in a sense. But even with that, you're going to have a lot of fight back. But if you do it in such a way where people actually like the medium that is being used, it's over. So, like I said before, Black Americans don't have to sit up there and do this by way of bloodshed. There's a variety of ways to sit up there and do it. There's a variety of ways to sit up there and fight. So I'm a little bit confused again. Because the craziest part is the main go-to that everybody wants Black Americans to do is just violent, 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 fight, 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 fight. Nobody's like, yo, Black Americans, like, what about using your brain? What about using your intellect? Everybody always wants us to be violent. Like that is the craziest thing. The same people who ain't about sitting up there, like you sitting up there like, yo, Black Americans, are you willing to sit up there and fight? And this is, how come Haitians ain't fighting for their freedom right now? Y'all fought once. I mean, are y'all in retirement? Are y'all like old folks home with that revolutionary blood? Like, what happened? Like, is it on dialysis? Like, what's going on? Is it sundowning? Is it Alzheimer's, dementia? Like, what? I'm just trying to figure out because you're trying to sit up there and state that Black Americans basically ain't going to sit up there and fight. But I'm looking at y'all right now, basically be put in shackles, and y'all ain't fighting nothing. Y'all just sit up here. This grown man sitting up here crying. He's sitting up here crying, probably trying to pray to whatever God will sit up there and listen to him. You said this is a financial economic war in America, not just racism only, but financial economic effects in America. There is financial literacy going on in many cases. Then what is it? I was waiting for him to sit up there and have a response. But like I said before, it's crazy how folks want to sit up there and have us go the route of violence. That's if anything, that should be the last resort. You should do everything but that because that's going to come with a heavy penalty and a heavy cost. It always does. And then within that, nobody really ever wins because everybody's going to lose. That's a guaranteed. But like I said, and this further proves what I've been saying in a lot of instances that everybody is not willing to fight up until they see Black Americans do something. And that man further proved my point right there by his comment. Like, oh, Black Americans, are you willing to sit up there and fight? Well, are you yourself going to sit up there and fight and put up and shut up and do this? Or are you going to be hiding in the bushes? Like I said, y'all waiting for Black America. We are the whole reason that people are able to fight. I'm just going when it deals with the United States. Y'all waiting for us to sit up there and make a move just so something happen. Because y'all don't want to sit up there and be the ones to pay the penalty. You don't want to pay the cost. You don't want to have that burden on you. You don't want to have that weight. You don't want to go down in the history books as X, Y, and Z. Like I said, that's some wild work. That's crazy. That is 100% crazy. Yo, D Love, what is up? What is up? What is up? CM said, and education. Like I said, you better sit up there and fight this. You better fight this fight for yourself. Like, it's crazy. How is it out of this whole conversation, like, your main thing is to be fixated on Black Americans, but yeah, you got all of these hundreds of thousands of Haitians that are being affected by TPS. Like, I'm a little bit confused. How do you still have the gall, the audacity to sit up there and still be worried about Black Americans? Black Americans don't got nothing to be worried about this. And didn't you say yourself in a previous comment earlier that we should all be focused on the real enemy? You're not focused on the United States government. That is your enemy. Correct me if I'm wrong. I remember Wyclef, he was sitting up there stating, I think it was about like 1917 or something like that. They said the United States government walked over to Haiti and basically stole, like, what was it, like 17 or something crates of gold, and walked off with it, and y'all ain't never seen it since. So, like I said before, y'all don't really got no problems with the United States government. I'm confused. Like, how does that work? I'm highly confused. So you got all of this stuff that that the United States was a part of or did, but you still sitting up there worrying about Black Americans. Why ain't y'all fighting back? Why ain't y'all stepping up? Why ain't y'all protesting? You talk about 1804 energy, but y'all laying down right now. Y'all rolling over real hard. That's crazy. That's wild, but y'all got everything to sit up there and say about us. Okay. Matter of fact, we got another video. Let's take a look, because I didn't fully finish this video. We got another video, dealing with Haitians. Let's take a look at this. And this is Ice.
Hi. Ou kompon salap mando? Ou konen ki salap mando? You mando pou ID? Okay. Everything's fine, thank you. I'm just making sure. I appreciate you. Are you in immigration proceedings? Are you in any proceedings for immigration? Can you help translate? Would you like that? No? Okay. Can you come talk? Ki jan yon relo? Ba mwen non. I'm trying to ask him for his name so I could probably get in contact with his people information. Yo mando pou ID? Okay. Ba mwen non. Jean-Louis qui ça? Lickner? Bickner? Okay.
So let me just pull something up real quick. I'm not sure if you're replying. Well, I'm just gonna sit up there and put it in there as if I say ask, if I say ask, I say it that way because I like to cut a lot of stuff down. If I say Pacific, as in the ocean, instead of specific, it's because it's that deep. So, like I said, it's real, it's crazy. Like I said before, you can always tell the folks that want to be act like they're English majors. They really want to, get on some grammar and all this other type of stuff. It's some wild work, but let's continue.
Ba mou téléphone. Okay. He just gave me his phone number. I asked him in Creole. Eh? Really? Hey, I said, you all right? Don't worry, the whole neighborhood know that they're over here. Everybody in West Park know they're over here. Don't worry. They don't know how to show their face because they're scared. Yeah? Everybody out here need a videotape the ice. They're out here. I'm gonna videotape you. But we're no one call.
Jean-Louis, ba mwen numéro téléphone, ba mwen moun karele. Ba mwen non moun ka contacter.
What is your contact?
Hein? 305? Ba mwen
Giving
numéro
out the
à
number.
305? 305?
Y'all put this on the Ring camera, put this on TikTok, put this on Facebook. They're in West Park right now. Hollywood, Florida. Bon courage. Bon courage. Bon courage. You didn't even get his ID. Did you run his ID?
License plate number for the second vehicle. Look at the license. Next license plate. OYNI.
Y'all left his stuff.
This is the ice.
This is the car they just took him in.
Look, they just left it out here.
So I'm just trying to, figure out it. 1804 energy. I'm just trying to figure out what was happening. I'm just trying to figure out. Just trying to figure out what was happening. I'm waiting for all the energy. I'm trying to see if Buddy there is going to come back and reply. I mean, I see a few, might have some trolls directly up in here, but I'm trying to see if Buddy is going to pull up and reply back there. Wait, what? Oh, he might have been coming from the other channel. Might have been coming from the other side. Shout out to Adele. Let me see, what do we got? Let me see what else we got. I got the trolls coming directly in as normal. Can anybody translate? He said, why is your name? Can't even spell it correctly. I mean, you can figure it out. Somebody said, can't wait for the trials to begin. There's definitely a reckoning coming. Somebody said, let's keep our culture separate. Somebody said, stop spouting and censoring. Spouting and censoring what? I'm a little bit confused. Shout out to Yaz Design for the 10 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Somebody said, dude, y'all are in a decline. Do research. I'm not even sure who you're even responding. It'd be great if people could actually put the @ symbol when they talk, because then it just looks like you're just talking to dead space. Oh, snap. You said it sounds Japanese, but you don't seem Japanese. That's a very astute observation there, Chuck. That's a very astute observation. You must have had a lot of gold stars back in school. A lot of gold stars. I mean, it should have been, obvious that the name is Japanese. No doubt. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. I'm just trying to wait for. I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to get to, because it seems like the usual. It seems like the normalcy. I'm just waiting. this man Mo is crazy. Yeah, that man Mo is crazy. Crazy work. Somebody wrote up in the comment section talking about they're proud to be white. I mean, okay. Nobody even knew what ethnicity. I'm not even sure what color even had to do with anything at this moment. I'm a little bit confused on that one. That's crazy. See who's the main people, always bringing up the first ones to bring up color. Well, let me highlight this real quick. It's like I love being white. Why do you have to bring up color? Why do you have to bring up race? Only racists bring up race. We're all human beings. Yo. Yeah, that is crazy. That is diabolical work right there. First one to actually, bring up race like that. That's wild. That's wild. You know. that is wild. You must be very much alone in order to write that comment. Must be very much alone and bored. You need a cactus or a bridge. Either which one. Matter of fact, a combination of the two. You can do it the Acme way. Wild E. Coyote. You can do it that way. Bridge and cactus all in one. But anyways, like I said before, you had this dude sitting up there on his bike. I guess, he might have been making some Uber deliveries and magically, ICE, pulled up on him and they stopped him. And before the other dude came up out of the blue, they were just going to keep him on the bike and have a conversation. They were, trying to tell him like, hey, come over here to the car so we can, talk to you. AKA, it's like, hey, get up off this bike and we're going to put you in this car. And that's it. that's what it was going to be. And the dude was just sitting up there looking baffled and confused, but yet the lady was there. And it's not like anybody really helped him out. She was trying to get his number, but I'm like, you should have got that from the get-go, but you opted not to sit up there and do that. You took your sweet time and you wanted to get the number at the last minute where the dude is in mass confusion on like, okay, I'm being handcuffed. I got these guys basically telling me I need to go or whatnot or whatever. And then, this lady in the background, basically halfway speaking. So much for the 1804 energy. So much. Somebody said, so you don't know? I'm a little bit confused. Which one was that? What was that? Let me see. I think this person wrote a previous comment. If I can go back real quick. Nope, maybe not. Nope, incorrect. They didn't. Scroll directly down. Let me see what else we got. Somebody said, what would Jesus do? Jesus don't have nothing to do with this conversation. Like that's the craziest part. This thing, like the thing that let me tell you something real quick. The thing that be killing me with a lot of these conversations and the things that be going on is when people want to start bringing in Jesus, Christ, God, and the Bible and everything of the sort. But I'm like, all of these things that are going on is stuff within the realm of you got some type of control directly over. But y'all like, hey, nah, this is bigger than me. I got to give it up to JC real quick. Huh? What? You use your free will not to sit up there and fix a situation or to try to help in a situation. Be like, yo, let me pass the ball to God real quick. Huh? It's like, yo, that's wild. That's 100% wild. Y'all been sitting up there like, praying and calling on Jesus for the longest time, dealing with these situations, and ain't nothing happening. Ain't nothing been happening because, like I said, you're on the physical plane, and even while being on the physical plane and being able to actually physically do something about it, you still opt not to do nothing. That's crazy. That's crazy. Somebody said, Mary said, but really, y'all see that white people don't appreciate Haitians. They use y'all, and now they have other white skinned people that they can use. They're done with you. Take the hint, learn from it. It be like that. I guess. It be like that. Like I said before. Wait. Oh, you're applying to marry? You said, "Why are you so bitter? Why can't you find a husband?" That's crazy. Yo, that is crazy. That is wild. I'm not even sure how relationships even got directly into the conversation. So because she pointed out the fact that the Haitians were used by white America, and now white Americans have a substitute, you're like, nah, that's not what it is. What's really happening is that you're bitter and that you need a husband. That's wild. That's wild. That is diabolical. Like I said, not even listen. Ain't this the same person that sat up there and said, "What would Jesus do?" Yeah, like that's crazy. Wait, let me see, Stephen. Stephen Williams, are you a Caucasian male from the Caucasus? Because I'm sensing a lot of caucasity right now at this moment in time in this comment section. Let me know. If you're white, I'll be right. Let me tell you. Let me know what it is. Let me know what it is. I'll give you some time. Hold on. Before you do that, Mom, I'm trying to figure out what specifically Stephen is, and I'm not trying to hear why does it matter. We're all human beings. We're all guys. Miss me with any of that. It's a very simple question. It's a very simple question. Very simple question. Stephen is taking a very long time. Let me tell you something. It's not difficult. Shauna got him. Shauna. ah, Shauna was like, you know what? I'm not even doing it. Let me say, because I had to figure. I was like, how come Stephen is not replying back? This man was like, the Lord has punished him for 600 seconds. Well, I was trying to figure out, but basically, what I was going to apply to the conversation, because again, I'm looking at the caucasity of the situation and response, and I'm like, okay, he more than likely is, or white like, right? But my main thing is that you bring up Jesus, right? And we all saw we didn't see. We all know what happened with Jesus, right? And in return, I consider them bring up Martin Luther King, right? What would Martin Luther King do, right? But we know what Martin Luther King would do, but we also know what happened to Martin Luther King. And white folks took the life of MLK. That's a funny bit of history that people don't want to acknowledge and talk about. So I'm like, it's crazy that you want to sit up there and try to bring up, a savior, somebody who wants to do good, but then you had a physical being who was trying to do good and trying to do the right things by, a multitude of people out here. And people in your community was like, nah, you're doing a little bit too much. We got to get rid of you. So, like I said, it's crazy. That's crazy. Like I said, the exact same people who love MLK are the exact same ones who snuffed out his flame, who got rid of him, who packed him up. Crazy work. Crazy, diabolical work. 1,000%. 1,000%. Let me see. Do we got I think I may have another video. Oh, actually I do. I actually do. There was I'm not even gonna do the whole thing with like Saucy Santana because I'm not even gonna do it. I'm not even gonna do it. Let me see. I got the Nigerian dude complaining about Jollof rice. Let me see. What was that? I got a few videos that nope. I gotta make sure I can't put that one up there. Wait, first generation. Oh. Speaking about cultures, right? Because a lot of folks want to try to say that all black people, are the same and all that other type of stuff, right? So this is going to be coming directly from women of other cultures, and we're about to sit up there and see what they have to say about dating people outside of said culture. Let me see if I can get to this. That was growing up in America. This one is Wait, what was this one? Yeah, I'll probably get to that one later. All right.
Your culture?
No. What you mean as far as the Caribbean culture? Absolutely not.
So your man has to be Caribbean?
Yes.
Doesn't matter what island, just has to be Caribbean?
Yes.
Yeah, because Tantika complain.
Because I don't have time to explain to you my culture, especially with the you try to date an American man these days, they're gonna be like, you don't want to go to the carnival, you just want to wind up on. I can't curse, so
you can't curse.
I can't curse. I can curse. Yeah. You just want to wind up on niggas. That's all you want to do. Like all you want to do. Like they don't see the culture.
They act like Chance the Rapper wife, and he was in carnival and he was dancing, and she got very upset. She didn't understand that that's part of the culture. She's not dating outside of her culture because she don't want this problem to happen where American guys are probably going to be insecure about.
And I also Caribbean. Don't want to.
Hold on, let me just let y'all know something real quick. I like how this dude from Mother is sitting up here trying to hype this up as it's a positive thing. The part of the culture that they also don't talk about is the high STD rates on top of the illegitimacy rates when it deals with the kids. You got a lot of these women out there, especially in Jamaica, and the Jamaican men call the kids out there yellow jackets because a lot of those Jamaican women out there, they lie on who the actual father is. They know who the actual father is, but they will pin the child on somebody else. And this is why they got a high statistic when it deals with men over there in Jamaica raising kids that are not theirs. But then this dude want to turn around and sit up there and say that, oh yeah, this is a part of the culture, just dancing like sexually on random dudes and daggering and doing all of this other. It's a part of the culture, It's so much a part of the culture that they got 5 and 6 year olds doing this. Now, just imagine that people like this allow at parties for 5 to 6 year olds to be dancing like grown adults, grinding and daggering and doing all of this other type of stuff. And that's supposed to be normal. They train their kids I got tons of videos training their kids to sit up there and dance like grown adults. But this is supposed to be normal. Like I said, these are the people that then bought a lot of negative culture into Black American culture. This is how that happens. Not to mention the clothing like they like to do as well too. Right? Let me see. Hold on. I can send y'all that the Saucy Santana thing in the Discord. I can do that.
Be playing my reggae and my soca. You talking about what are they saying?
Yeah, that's a dub. Yeah, talking about come on, get this. You know what's so even more whack? If you're American, live in Brooklyn, you should know every reggae song.
But my thing is, a lot of times people are not open-minded, and that's the problem. Yeah, people are not open-minded to learn other people's cultures and understand other people's culture. And also,
So let me just pause it right there. Notice how this one decided to say that people are not open-minded, but at the same time, she says she would never date a man of another culture. Now, I want you to understand she would not date a Black American man, but I promise you she would date a white man. Because I've heard women like this say that all the time. They'll always be like, Black American man, right? But when it deals with their own men, or if it deals with white men, they're completely open. It's fine and dandy. It's a no holds bar. There is no bar of admission that you need to sit up there and pass. You can just come right through.
Understand, when you Caribbean, you grew up a certain way. That's like okay. On Sunday, we listen to Barris. Bed have to be made. House have to be clean. You gotta
listen to Lovers Rock.
Like I said, foolish conversations from very foolish people. This is why I sat up there and said before, when it deals with people having separate cultures, I'm completely fine. A lot of things from other people's cultures should not be mixed or intermingled directly within Black American culture, because it's just going to be bad. And this is when I sat up and said before, when they had the Jamaican Day Parade, when they had the Puerto Rican Day Parade, both groups tried to get online and blame Black Americans for the reason that disarray or fights or whatnot or whatever was happening. They ain't had nothing to do with us. But people are so quick to sit up there and be like, oh, if anything wrong or anything bad is happening, it got to be Black Americans, Black American, Black American, Black. I'm like, all right, dog. But like I said, when it deals with this, the only thing that I can sit up there and point to when it deals, especially with those from the islands, because they're heavy in New York, I can only blame Black Americans in New York for allowing stuff like this, foolishness like this, to sit up there and slide. And yes, this is a generalization, because a lot of these folks from other places, they've come directly to New York, been living amongst and by and whatnot, whatever, Black Americans, and Black Americans been letting this slip and slide to a point of now this is where we're at with a lot of these conversations. And they're openly sitting up there saying like, yeah, no Black Americans here. You're not dating me. I mean, that's completely fine. You can date whoever it is that you want to date. But again, like I said before, to get on here and within one breath, you sitting up there saying that you need to date a man of your culture, but then at the same time, you want to say that people aren't open-minded to other cultures. Like, it's crazy to be of a culture and then you sitting up there saying that you know the culture and everything, but you're not trying to teach nothing. But yet Black Americans be teaching everybody their culture, no matter where it is that you come from, as soon as you enter into the Black community. That's like I said, that's, again, disrespect. That is wild. That is 1,000% wild how that happens. 1,000% wild, dog. So now, I'll just explain the what's the name with Saucy Santana. I'm gonna put it directly in the Discord while I'm doing it. So Saucy Santana has a song called Quiet on the Creek, and that was his song, the song that he made. He explained to people what that basically means and what it entails and whatnot, whatever. But I really feel like it has a whole nother meaning directly to it. But again, it's a theory. So, you can only go so far directly with theories. The videos, let me see, Discord, and wait, did Tippy right back? Oh no, she ain't right back yet. Let me go to the general section of the Discord, and I will post the videos that I got of Saucy Santana there. So there's a dance that women normally do where they're just moving their bodies in order to have the top portion of their body, basically their chest, move. They don't got to move nothing else. It's just moving your body in such a way where the upper part of you is basically twerking, right? And Saucy Santana, if you know who Saucy Santana is, was performing this move. But while doing this to Quiet on the Creek, he had young girls doing this, including teenage girls. And I'm like, nobody finds this to be problematic, that a dance that is in a sense, a sexual dance, he has minors doing this. And I'm like, to me, I'm like, that's highly weird. I'm like, this should be called out for, what it is. And then he had another video where he was sitting up here saying that, everybody want to sleep with him, including the kids and whatnot. I'm like, that's wild to sit up there and say. And then he had another video, which I'm putting that directly up there. He had another video trying to clarify what it is that he stated. Let me see and make sure if I got that one. Yep, got that one too. So yeah, all three of those videos should, as soon as I press enter, it should all be good. Yeah. So, if you were to basically go to the Discord, all three of those videos are directly up there. You can take a look at them at your leisure. But yeah, like I said, I find all of these actions to be very much problematic. Just like there was a video, I might happen to get that clip a little bit later on if I can think of it. Faith Evans had a song in the early 90s. It was called Do You Remember? Right? In a sense, it was like sort of, like a love sexualized type of song, right? When you look it up and you see the dancers that are dancing, you see little girls dancing. And I'm like, nobody had a problem with this back then. I'm like, how was this even allowed? I'm like, this is a grown woman, and you sitting up here singing a song like, do you remember the things that I used to do? Da 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 da. And you got young girls sitting up here dancing in this provocative, sexualized type of way. And I'm like, see, like I said, I can't touch. like I said, I don't know. Like I said, I I don't know what people going to sit up there and do up out here. The only thing I can sit up there and do is call stuff out and point stuff out for exactly what it is and how it looks. And to me, it looks ridiculous. It's a very dangerous thing to sit up there and do. And it's sending folks on the wrong trajectory, and it's also putting these minors in the view or the eyes of the wrong types of people by all of these things that are transpiring and happening. But every time the stuff gets pointed out, people are like, oh no, they're just kids and it's nothing wrong with it. It's like something wrong with you if you're the one thinking that it's something wrong with it. You're trying to do this and that. And I'm like, no, this is it just shouldn't be happening. For like I said, for Faith Evans, you should have had grown women that you could have got during that time to dance directly to that song. You could have did that, opted not to sit up there and do it. Saucy Santana, instead of doing that with those young girls that are directly there and they are young, didn't nobody there look like an adult, you could have sat up there and found some young ratchets directly up out there to sit up there and do that dance directly with, who were of age, but you opted not to do that. Like I said, man, I don't know what to tell people. Like I said, for me, I still don't even know what that means at Gale. Still don't even know what that means. Like I said, he explained about talking about like some gators or something in the water, and I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm like, yeah, all right. That's crazy. That is wild. Meadow said they popped that ish about being in New York, but they don't outnumber us. To be honest, it's not a lot of individual groups, so they have to click up and say Caribbean. Yeah. Mo was like, he from the boots. Gilson appeared making jokes. Shauna was like, the mothers don't care and they think it's cute. Yep. Mo said, no, he's not. Just locked him up. Mo was like, I was thinking of Big Frida. Rabbit said, I've said this before. He said those dudes from the community are still men. I know people like to downplay that, their manliness, but these guys can still be aggressive and they can still be inappropriate. I mean, hey, you got to tell that to the main supporters out there. Like I said, it ain't nothing I can sit up there and do. Like I said, he went on to a all female podcast to explain, to basically explain himself and everything of the sort. He even listed a video that was like about 2 or so years old to try to justify what it is that he was saying. He was like, the reason I said that even the kids are trying to be with me is because of this video where I was walking. And again, this dude was sitting up here walking in like some type of like tight dress or whatever. And one of the kids sat up there and made a comment about obviously what he's able to sit up there and see. And that was it. The kid, to what I'm able to hear, kid didn't sit up there and say like, he's trying to sit up there and be with and whatnot, whatever, Sauce and Ten and all this other type of stuff. He didn't say none of that. He made a comment about what it is that he saw. Sauce and Ten said, what did you say? And all this other type of stuff. And, but to say the comment that you made, it still doesn't justify that. Using that as an example does not justify what it is that you said. Like that don't make no type of sense. It don't make no type of sense. It just makes it even weirder. Like if you said that what the kid said was inappropriate during the time, then you should have just left it directly right there. Like I said, I don't know. Try to use it as a reference point to try to justify why he said what he said. That don't even make no sense. That's just the weird. Because if you had a straight male out here sitting up here saying like, yeah, everybody want to sit up there and be with them, including like people's daughters, people would sit up there and be crucifying that dude and be calling him all types of names. They would have ruined anything that he got going. He would have had to come out and apologize and say this and that. And even with an apology, everything still would have been ruined. But like I said, you can't, I don't know. Like I said, it's crazy. It is diabolical. 100% diabolical. But yeah, that bad boy is all of that is sitting directly in that Discord for those who are part of the Discord. Y'all probably see it later. So the next video I was going to bring up has to do with the classic podcast that we all know everything about, which is this one.
All African.
So we got this one right here. And again, the conversation is dealing with Black Americans. Black Americans don't want to be African. So let's take a look at this.
No, I'm not. I got
I'm
Indian in my
me.
blood. I'm Cree. I like anything to be anything but.
But let me just do that real quick because he did the stereotypical Black woman, type of thing.
My dad said, "You guys are all African." No, I'm not. I got Indian in my blood. I'm Cree. I like anything to be anything but African.
So I'm like, so in order for you to explain the whole thing, why did your African brain go directly to a stereotype of Black woman? You went to like the whole like wrist clicking and clanging and all of the head like turns and I'm like, why would you need to do that in order to just state the exact? You could have just clearly stated it instead of going into all of these dramatizations, these characterizations of stereotypes of Black women. Because like I said, going outside every single day, that you're not looking at Black women talk like this and move like this. Like that's like I said, he is clear cut showing you no matter what he sits up there and says, he has a stereotype in his mind on how Black people are, or better yet, in this example, how Black women are. Right?
African. And I didn't know it then, but as I, think about that, I'm going, oh, wow, it's just anything to disconnect. Fast forward to now, you're seeing the FBA conversation and the ADOS conversation. It's like, man, it just takes me back to the idea that at the root of it is something wrong with being African, right? Like the only
But that's propaganda too.
Yeah.
That's because that made us feel weird.
Yeah.
Because I remember, you'd be like, I'm African, but I'm Black American. Because you were embarrassed.
Right.
It was embarrassing, and I'm like, why am I kind of embarrassed by this? Because of the images they show purposely. They show the Black American in Nigeria as the thug, and that's not the truth.
Right.
When you really look at it, most Black people are educated as hell. Studying a lot of Black history in college, I was super militant.
Right.
I brought Stokely Carmichael to my college. Francis Cress Welsing I hung out with. Eleanor Holmes Norton, who's still in the Senate. We brought these people to our school, Sister Soldier, all of them. And I was educated by some of the coldest. I studied Dr. Henry Clark, what's his name? Ben Yohanan. And I would go to Savior's Day. I'm in Chicago, so I'd go to Southside to go see the minister. You know what I'm saying? So I was really James Baldwin, I read everything. Yeah. And then you got people saying you're a terrorist. Right. I go, I was Chicago police. I get harassed by cops, called the N-word in school. It
goes back to the book Carter Woodson, like
Carter G. Woodson,
Carter G. Woodson, Miseducation of the Negro. And I think miseducating us on one end, when I say here here in the States, and then even in Africa, because they're not teaching about, Harriet Tubman. I see you got the piece, and I'm like, that's not a core focal point, right? And so there's two different worlds we're living in, and we're going to cross over the tree. There's a lack of grace that I see on both sides, and we'll get into some of these other topics.
Legitimately, to me, some of the central questions we should be asking ourselves right now. I'll say a couple of things. Number one is I think there's a reason why you're seeing that happen more now than ever before. First of all, anti-Blackness has become a worldwide tradition.
Yes.
It's not even, it's no longer structural. There's a cultural tradition of anti-Blackness. Most cultures, even like cultures that have themselves been persecuted, have a word.
No doubt.
They have a word to say in their culture.
That's right.
They have a word to say. Now, particularly, it's been my understanding that when they use that word, a lot of times that word is focused at the Black American.
Yep.
A lot of times, not all the time, right? But a lot of times there's a specific burden sometimes, at least that I feel as a Black American, And that's because my culture is to be harvested and not to be invested into. So my culture can be harvested by anyone. It can be harvested as a Black American by other Black people from around the world. But there's not an investment that has to be made into it. It doesn't feel like that. It feels like you can harvest my culture. You can dress or act or behave as I behave, and then go and do something completely else that I can't access. You see what I'm saying? Like, I can't do the things that you would do as a Nigerian or as a Jamaican or anything like that. Those are you guys' culture. And in order for...
Well, why wouldn't you? Like, but I push back on that. Absolutely you could.
Well, I'm not saying that I couldn't.
Yeah.
I'm saying that,
I
like...
get where you're coming from. No,
I'm not saying that I couldn't. I'm saying that...
It's like
that
free,
is
it's
foreign.
like,
You're saying that it's foreign.
Black American culture is like free domain.
It's free.
It's like free domain.
But
There's no protection over it.
Because and so what you see a lot of times is people, in my opinion, in a way that's not always the most nutritious way, try to establish some cultural protection on what it means to be Black American. Saying that we have our own culture that we've established, our own thing that we've established, and that is also sacred to us. Now, what I don't think is that there should be anything that happens to where we get out of cultural sharing as Black people. Black was co-opted by Black people. It was invented by somebody else, but co-opted by Black people so that we could be strong. So that Black power, solidarity, Pan-Africanism, all of that stuff, so that we could be stronger and so that we could establish a set of ethics and values that allow us to care about one another. But I think it's also important for us to remember, and I can't get into specifically the feelings and experiences of you guys and some of the things you might have experienced from Black Americans, some of the differences that might go on even on the continent or in the diaspora, right? And I also shouldn't try. What I should try to do is understand that we are facing things in this world that don't know that you're different than me, that don't understand that there's anything different. And those things and the tradition that we establish trying to fight them have to be together. But that doesn't mean, this is the way I look at the diaspora. I think the best way to do it is like the best way to go about this is how do we talk about each other when the other person is not in the room? Like, how do I talk about my Nigerian brothers, my Jamaican brothers, my brothers from the islands, my brothers from South America when they're not around? Do I talk about them as if they are me? Or do I seek to set cultural limits and exclusions from them?
So when you talk about what's being said in conversations behind closed doors, I can tell you, whenever I've been to any of the countries I've been to in Africa, I've been to 8 countries, I still want to go to all 54. Bring me to America. America. There's this reverence because of what is marketed to Africa about America.
Yeah, certainly.
It's like there's this, oh man. But on the other side, it is like, oh, you African? I can't tell. I mean, all the way till when I was, all the way till when I was in the locker room. And so here's the thing. Because I played football, I had a sample size I think was just a little different. I'm in a locker room with 100 dudes from all over the United States, right? So you get a sample, and I've been through multiple teams, right? And, oh, shut up, man. You from Africa, man. Shut up, man. You from Africa. So I got dismissed.
We get dismissed
because I was African.
Shut up, African. Hey, African.
And so
shut
what
up,
I learned,
African.
and what I learned in elementary, from elementary, I learned that if I became more ridiculous, I took the heat off of, you can step on my, and I don't feel pain. I flew in on a helicopter to school. I'm like, what? You poor like us. What are you talking about, right? Yeah. I did anything so I could take the heat off of it. It was constant. I mean, when they would say, they would go through the names and go, whatever, the last name I knew, oh boy, here my name come on. There's a, Bajabi, me. I try to hurry up and beat it to the punch. So the class wouldn't erupt into laughter.
They did it so when you're going down the name of students. Godfrey, that's me. Like
new drop.
Right now, again, like I said before, there were certain points in times that we had African students, and people wasn't sitting up there. Everything that they sitting up there stating, I didn't see that. I didn't see people sitting up there but like, making fun of their name and just like laughing every time they say, nah. Now, if anything, if kids did laugh, it's because the teacher's just like messing up on pronunciations. And that happens. like I say, even with American names, teachers want to sit up there and like mispronounce it or do this or do it. Like I said, that happens. But just specifically because of your name, no. It's just like, yo, like some of this stuff is just, yo, it's crazy. Like everything that the one African dude to the left was sitting up here saying on how he had to do stuff to take the heat off. Black Americans have had to do that in school all the time. Like they had to either, try to fit directly in, make fun of other people, or they had to avoid people, or they had to spend, amounts of money to keep up with the Joneses so they could stop being picked on. Like there's a lot of things that had to transpire and happen just to sit up there and fit directly in. So I'm not sure why he's making it seem like this is just like some type of like an African thing. Like, yo, this is wild. This is 1,000% wild. But like I said, it's like instead of trying to have this conversation about Black Americans and basically like, yo, Black Americans, like, yo, you're African and all this stuff, talk to the Africans who have a self-hatred. Like I said, Burna Boy, that's one of the greatest examples that I got, where he honestly was on a podcast and he was sitting up here stating how he did not like being African and didn't even want to sit up there and tell people that he was Nigerian and all this other type of stuff. He took on things from Black American or Black America in order to be fine, in order to be okay, in order to, in a sense, love himself or to start to love himself. And then he stated within that exact same podcast, it wasn't up until years later where he started to become proud of being Nigerian and really started shouting it the way that he shouted it now, like, how you see him directly on stage and all this other type of stuff, waving the flag. Yeah, he wasn't doing that in the beginning. Wasn't doing that in the beginning. Like I said, a lot of Africans do not have pride. As much pride as they want to sit up there and speak on, they don't really have that type of pride. You might have like a few of them directly out here. A lot of them do not. This is why they take the type of disrespect that they take when it deals with white America. Like I said, it's crazy. That is diabolical. Diabolical. Let me see. Shauna said they have nothing else to do but talk about Black Americans. It'd be like that. Also, the dude named Keith Roach used to get roasted all the time in elementary. Yeah, like that happens. Like there used to be points in times where people used to get roasted. That was happening to me as well too. It'd be like that. Like I said, everybody gets a turn, every once in a while. It happens. Like I said, it happened. Was that like freshman or sophomore? It was either like freshman or sophomore year that happened. But like I said, 1 out of 3 years, and for like a short period of time, and then that was it. Because like I said, then once I was like, hey, my main attire is basically tracksuits and AND1s, I was like, that was it. Like I said, there was no more focus there. Even if my shoes were AND1s, it wasn't nothing that nobody could say because my shoes are brand new all the time. Couldn't sit up there and say nothing. You didn't sit up there and see no creases. You ain't see no dents. You didn't see no scuffs. Like I said, I was sitting up there looking good every single day. So be like that. Shauna was like, that's stupid. We talk about anybody name that sounds funny. Yeah, that's true. Yep. Mary said a lot of Black Americans have had that problem. Bars, 100%. 100%. Somebody said that's a bunch of pick-me's. I'm highly confused. I don't even know what that means. I'm not even sure who you're I'm confused on that. Highly confused. Wait, what did D-Money say? D-Money said I got made fun of for my name. Yeah, like I said, that stuff happens. Like I said, and even if it wasn't your name, there was a guy that was making shirts called Kalonji. I think he still makes those shirts. And I actually liked the shirts during the time because of the different things that they had written on them and everything of the sort. And then couldn't really like get on nothing. And then it was just the whole thing of just like calling me Kalonji or something. Instead of calling me by my name, it was just Kalonji. I'm like, okay. I'm like, whatever. I'm just it's whatever it is. Like I said, the shirts are brand new or whatever. So, it's it's whatever. And then after, I guess, he got tired of doing that for about, I think that was like close to like a week. Then it was on to like, the next thing or the next person or whatnot. But then I remember his last name. What's the name? Like Chris Allen, I think it was. And this is why I started to get a different point of view of people who, in a sense, like tease other people and everything in a sense. Because I remember, because it was a math class that we had, and within that math class, I think his sister was also there too. I ended up finding out that he had, I think he was going through like kidney or some type of like blood problems or whatnot or whatever. And within that, that's when everything clicked and I got the perspective of why it is that, he does the things that, he does. I'm like, and then at that point I'm like, it don't even bother me no more. It's like I get it. It's like if whatever you sitting up there going through, you need something to, take the focus up, I got you, no problem. Like I said, and then after that, mom was just sitting up there like laughing with it when I didn't get on my nerves and nothing like that because I had that understanding. And then it got to the point where I think he was really getting sick and he started missing days. And then it was just a point in time where he didn't show up to the school no more. So I don't even know if he's still alive or not. So, yo, what's up, DC? What's up? You said, says you still rocking the Velcro straps. Oh yeah. I don't got no. What was the dude name from Detroit? I think he was like he was a part of city council. He was like, "Ain't no shame in my game." Yeah. We are 100% right. I got the and those are from like 2017. I got two pairs of the LeBrons. I forgot the name. I think it was the LeBron Soldier somethings. And yeah, they got the straps directly on them. They got I think it should be like three like Velcro straps directly on there. Yeah, 100%. That is 100%. I have no problem with that. Like I said, I love those. It's easy to slip directly into. You can keep your feet directly secure. I got great ankle support. Shoes look good, and they also fit with a variety of different things. The only thing I just don't like is that if I wanted to get another pair as of now, it would cost way more money than when they came out originally. Because I think when I first bought them, I think altogether came up to like 200 and something. But like now, one pair of those would basically be two something initially. I'm like, yeah, no. I'm like, these shoes are I'm like, nah. You need to bring that price down. You need to bring that price down. DC said, vintage. Mo said, I used to crisscross my straps to make an X. See, I can't do that because it doesn't go back and forth like that. And I mean, I guess technically you could. But then the Velcro would basically get dirty. That's the thing, and then you would have to like worry about cleaning that. I mean, like I said, yeah, it was like old man Hito. It'd be like that. You got old man Logan, old man Hito. It'd be like that. It'd be like, I mean, I do got my shoes with the laces and everything, but Velcro is just easier. It's just. And the craziest part is when you think about it, it's like you're when you first come onto this planet, they give you Velcro, right? And then slowly but surely they start putting you on shoelaces just for you to go back to Velcro or the shoes that don't have no laces. Like that's I'm like, you might as well just not use Velcro at all. Like tying shoes is not really a skill set that anybody actually needs. Now, unless let's say like the Boy Scouts or you're, tying like knots and stuff, that's different. That's an actual skill set that you're going to sit up and use. But no job out here cares if you know how to tie shoes. That's nobody really cares. Like I said, you gotta go for what's easy, what works. Gotta go for what works. So now I'm gonna see if I can, because I did actually port quite a few videos directly over. Let me see. That was Whoopi Goldberg. She said, "Call it the era of prostitution." That's the one the African dude. What is this one? Oh yeah, I was dealing with something else. Oh yeah, that's the lady talking about people like having their kids out here going to school, flashing money for the school photos, looking crazy. Oh, this is a matter of fact, let me bring that up. There's Club Shannon. I forgot about that. Let me bring that up here. Let me bring this up real quick.
Like men, it's bad.
And I said this before, like I said, only so few times that you're going to be able to hear like a woman basically question why is it that women want to do the same things that men do. Because there should be like I said, just like how we have normal double standards with men and women, there are certain double standards that are just going to be there. And to try to fight or to try to compete with that or something, it's a little bit weird. So we're about to wait. What did Rabbit say? Rabbit said, "I miss wearing suede pumas." Yeah. D Love said it's great for motor skills. I mean, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, but I mean, I'm a gamer, so I don't got to worry about that. I got good hand-eye coordination. Like I said, Call of Duty, Battlefield. I got Battlefield loaded up on the system right now, and that's what I've been playing at the moment. Um, yep, Sean, I know the exact story that you're talking about. I know exactly what you are talking about, but let me let this play real quick.
I think that women that think like men, it's bad because there has to be an understanding that we are not equal.
Yeah.
Men can do it, but we can't. Men can sleep with all the women they want to, and if I sleep with a bunch of men, I'm a hoe. Why do you want to?
Right.
Like it's such a deeper conversation. My argument can't be Shannon had 100 partners, I had 82,
Right.
and y'all calling me a hoe, but Shannon had 100. Why can't I? Why is it okay for him and not for me? Why do you even want to be there?
Right.
Like we're not the same. And if men have us up on this pedestal, what's wrong with being on the pedestal?
Right.
That means I'm up here.
Right.
And you down here. So why do I have a problem with the fact that you think and believe I should be up here? That's insane to me. So when I hear women fighting this battle of, well, how come he and how come I can't? Why do you even want to? Why do you sit there with the idea of I should be able to have sex with 100 men if I want to? That would never come out my mouth.
No.
He has sex with 200 women. I should be able to do the same. I don't even want to. Why you want to? Why? You really need to sit down and ask yourself, why am I even considering this as an option? Why do you even want it as an option for yourself? So,
So I saw a comment directly up there where somebody wanted to say that the woman is Chop. Chop basically is trying to hint or state that somebody is unattractive, aka ugly. There's nothing wrong with her at all. There's like I said, it's crazy to an extent where folks want to try to pull up instead of staying on the conversation. Automatically, you want to look at somebody's looks and you want to purely judge them from a standpoint of being behind like a cell phone screen with no picture to speak of for yourself. That's some wild work. Because I'm pretty sure if you took the women on the planet and they were to judge your looks, it's not going to come back great. Just saying. Just saying. Somebody said, I guess that was supposed to be for Steve. I guess that was supposed to be, why would you want to sleep with 200 women? Are you saying that in response? Let me just highlight this real quick. Uh are you saying that in reverse? Like, why would a man want to sleep with 200 women? Is that what you're trying to say? Because I'm trying to understand. Like, maybe you wrote it too fast or something like that. Just let me know. I'll give you a second. Gail said, "Who is it?" I'm not sure who the lady is. I know she was on Shannon's show, and that was, I guess, one of the questions that he had up there. Oh wait, Rabbit said, he said that's Takara Williams. She's thick and a comedian. I think she worked as a teacher for teenage prisoners for a while. Okay. Okay, yeah, because I didn't know who she was. But like I said, I don't see nothing wrong with her. I do not see nothing wrong with her at all. You said Steve was like she was talking about 200. No. She was saying, so let me, because you put the what's the name up there. No, the thing that she was sitting up here saying is that as a woman, why would you want to do the same things that men do? So if men basically state that, they're out here sleeping with like 100 women, why would you as a woman want to sit up there and be in that same area or competition where you're sleeping with like 100 men? Like why would you, want to do that? Like why would you put yourself directly in that? And she's 100% right. Like that makes no sense. Like that 1,000% makes no sense. It's like it's already dangerous enough having, a multitude of partners and everything that basically comes directly with it. But being a woman and sitting up there doing it, you're putting yourself in a whole bunch of whatever. Because 100 guys, you don't know who anybody is, what could potentially happen, what their mentality specifically is. Like you got a lot of women got stalkers. Um, women out here got abusers, a combination of both stalker and abuser, and a multitude of things in between. So I'm like, I don't even, like I said, and I've talked about that before. I'm like, that's the weirdest thing to, out of everything that you can take of what men can basically do, it's like people take those things. It's like when you look at a lot of women out here that are like lesbians, they don't, you never, I put it to you like this: I've never seen a lesbian take on the good aspects of what a black man is. I've never seen it. I've never seen it. I want somebody to show me that. Show me lesbians out here who have taken on the good aspects of what it is to be a black man, the representation. That I've yet to see it. Now I can sit up there and show you black lesbians who have decided that they want to get the, the neck tattoos. They want to sit up there and do the rah rah rah. They want to carry guns. They want to do the gang life. They want to, sag their pants. They want to, talk like a sailor. They want to fight and all. Like they'll take all of the negative stuff when it deals with black men, all of the stereotypical stuff when it deals with black men. But I've never seen a black lesbian take on the good things when it deals with black men. I've never seen it. Like I said, it's like, it's people have like an ideal of something, but it's always a stereotype. They don't know what the reality actually is. It's man Mo. So Mo, even dealing with that, you got them sitting up there walking out of the house with like a full strap. And I'm like, dog, what is you doing? Like, you don't even have guys, like, dude. Like, I'm like, did people just like fail biology? I'm like, that's not how guys just be like coming outside, like walking outside. Like they just be fully walking on like a full on strap. And I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, dudes are not walking out like this 100% of the time. Even 50 or less percent of the time, it ain't even happening like that. I'm like, dog, like, what is you doing? I'm like, this is not how guys are. Like, that's like I said, and when I happen to see stuff like that, that now puts me in a mind frame of thinking that, okay, so you only basically view certain things that are in a sense negative or stereotypical as the positive, and those are the things that you take directly on. On top of that, you in a sense have a fetish when it deals with men, even though you don't want to deal with men. And then on top of that, even though you're not interested in men, you still view men as or sexually objectify men in that type of way. Like I said, it's weird stuff all over the place. It's crazy. It is wild. D Money said they can't leave home without the dress. Yeah, that's facts. Because like I said, I had a video before where it was a lesbian in the store with like some guys. And they had to point out the fact. I'm like, yo, she got the strap. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, you looking crazy. I'm like, what is you doing? What is you doing? It's like that's the most weirdest thing possible. Weirdest thing possible. And I bet you see you like I was about to go into a whole nother conversation because it's just gonna. It's like as you keep going, through the whole rabbit hole, it gets worse. Because it gets worse because you got to think about, like I said, a lot of people are not clean out here. And a lot of those types that's walking around like that, they not walking around with something that they went through it and boiled and made sure that ain't nothing. It's like I said, it's a whole mess, man. It's crazy. Shauna was like, look at the NBA. You said I guess you're saying that they can look at the NBA. There's some positive things dealing with black men there. What was it? Mo was like POB. That's crazy. D Money said some of them keep a few straps in their trunk. Yeah. Yep. I was like, that's wild. That's wild. That is not wild. But like I said, man, it's a lot of the conversations that I've heard women have is just it's crazy. Then on top of that, like I said, I've known some folks who had a lot of partners, and relationship wise, like they are in ruins. Like where they're supposed to be, in a sense, is just like not where they want to be, quote unquote. But I'm like, hey, like I said, I'm not even trying to be religious. But like I said, going back to school, and I love always talking about this. My teacher, Christian woman, should have been 5th or 6th grade, middle school. She told us early about soul ties. She didn't really go in depth about, all of that other type of stuff, but she was sitting up here saying like, hey, when you lay down with another person, you create a bond, you create soul ties, and those bonds, will stay with you for a certain amount of time. And if you lay down with a person that is chaotic or that has erratic energy, that's going to mix in with your energy, and it's going to make your energy erratic. It's going to unstabilize your energy. And then when you add more and more different people directly to that, yeah. Or better yet, if you cooking a soup and you got too many cooks in the kitchen, too many cooks will sit up there and ruin the soup. Pretty much, that's the best way to sit up and put it without, going into the whole thing, right? So, like I said, you don't need too many. You only need one cook in the kitchen. Only need one cook. Too many cooks. Too many cooks. Too many cooks. Too many cooks. This man D Money. That's crazy. Shauna said, I met the WNBA. They took some positive things from men in that case, in that aspect. Wow, Tippy, when we were looking for you in the Discord to talk to Shauna, because Shauna's getting a Nintendo Switch 2 gamer, you were nowhere to be seen. I ain't trying to hear that you fell asleep. I ain't even trying to hear that. That's your excuse every single time, Tippy. I swear to goodness. Every time. Let me tell you, this woman here. Talking about I'm here, what did I miss? This woman is always late, never on time. Well, I'm not gonna say never. She just has a late streak. I feel like this is what Tippy was doing in school. Like she was just late 90% of the time. I swear to goodness. D Love said, "Yep, she ain't lying." Rabbit says you show a still image of Carl Williams to the chat. That woman is bricked. D Money said, so I'm wrong for supporting women. Fine. Going back to my room reluctantly. Tippy was like, I'm sorry, but my bad. Yeah, uh-huh. We had Shauna. She was in there waiting for you. And then she came back in the morning and was like, hey, I'm getting a Switch. I was completely shocked. I'm like, oh, snap, you getting a Nintendo Switch? Look at you. Getting a Switch. Well, like I said, there's a few of us here you can actually add on, on there anyway. So, well, you might not know how to add people on there. You got to give like the. Well, I'm not even sure when you send up there getting the Switch. We'll figure that out. But yeah. But yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Was there another? Want me to sit up here and show a video? What was there? Tipper was like, California had a state of. When don't y'all have a state of emergency? Y'all got like earthquakes. Y'all got potential like missiles that's going to sit up there and happen. You got wildfire. Y'all got every week over there in California. Y'all got a state of emergency. When are y'all not at an emergency, Tippy? Talking about some 11 cities. I ain't even trying to hear this, Tippy. Let me tell you. Let me see. What was the lady's name again? You said what was it? What was it? You said Cara Williams. Wow, her name. She got a twin sister. That's crazy. Didn't know that. Oh no, Rabbit. I see what you're talking about. That's wild. That is wild. Wait, I think maybe I might have seen her. I think I may have seen her before, I think. Let me see. Is that the one I want to use? Because I'm trying to figure out which one. Technically, I like the what's the name I already got, so I'll probably use this one. Yeah. So this, I mean, that's her basically sitting down though. I mean, but you can still basically tell. So let me see, because Rabbit wanted me to put this up there. It was like, yo, man, it's a car stack. Put the picture up there, man. So right, so, and that's her just sitting. So you obviously know. You can obviously tell exactly what it is. Can obviously tell. What was it? Someone I don't read. Well, technically, Tippy, I did read. I just read very fast. I did repeat that. You said California had a state of emergency. Somebody hacked the state. I did. I could have sworn I repeated that. And he was like, said you don't read nothing. We got hacked. I read that. I read that, Tippy. Robert said, I don't believe in soul ties personally. I think people are just spoiled sexually. Remember what Chris Rock said. A man cannot regress sexually. That applies to women as well. Let me see. Mo was like, did you pay the ransom? That's crazy. Tippy is frugal. She ain't paying for no ransom. Let any of us have a ransom directly on us. Tippy is like, y'all got to figure that out. Hey, but like, yo, Tippy, the ransom is $200. Tippy is like, well, I don't know what to tell you on that one. Oh, let me tell you something. Tippy talking about some wow. Yeah, it was like, said you knows better than to post a standing picture. That's crazy. That's wild. No, like I said, I go for certain pictures. So Mo was like, Tippy got the money. She could save California. She probably could. I swear to goodness. I feel like Tippy is like Scrooge McDuck. She has like a whole bunch of money somewhere, like swimming in money. But she's like, nah, I'm broke. I don't got nothing. I swear to goodness. I swear Tippy got money. I swear like Tippy is like a secret like millionaire. I swear to goodness. I can't prove it. But I swear she is. I swear she is. Let's see what we got for top commenters at this moment. We got number one. We got Mo in first place. We got Gail in second. We got Shauna in third. We got Mary by the pool in fourth, and we got Kid Kinetic in fifth. D Money in sixth. Ty in seventh. Sunny in eighth. Yaz Design in nine, and number 10 is Kevin Bohr. And then in 11th and 12th place, we got DSB and CMJZ. Sitting up there looking at the boards real quick. Tippy's like, I'm black, California, love my people. D-Money said Tippy got enough plantation money to buy everyone in the chat GTA 6. That's wild. That's wild. Yo, what's up, Pink? What is going on? He said, I learned about fluid transfer in high school by a nurse. Yep. And there was also that was stated before about women having unprotected relations with men and how the DNA basically will stay inside of women for a very long period of time or whatnot. I mean, beyond the whole thing of, vaginal, intercourse and whatnot, beyond that whole thing. But yeah. Rabbit was like, plantation money is crazy. To be sitting up here laughing because she knows it's true. What was it? Gail was like, listen, it says you sound like a fledgling 90s DJ. Huh? Wait, how do we get there? I mean, 90s DJ would actually be pretty cool though. D Love says 7 years. Yeah. Yeah, I think we had a conversation about that a while ago. I want to say about a year and some change ago. I might have either brought that up or showcased the video during one of these live streams that we had up and running. That's crazy. Tip was like, if I did have plantation money, I would share it with the blacks. Only Tippy. Let me tell you something. I can already hear D Money about to start typing. Oh, you talking about when I was talking about the placement of the comments? Oh, okay. The leaderboards, yeah. I got you. I thought I sounded normal. Or maybe. I can kind of see what you're saying. Yeah, I can see it. I understand. So now, wait, D Love was like, you did sound like a DJ. See, now y'all about to sit up there and get Gail started. This is how it happens. Every single the moment in time, people start agreeing with Gail. This is exactly what happens. Oh yeah, I do got one video when it deals with a black woman. She had the police called on her when she went to the Hilton. Let me see. What was trying to find this other video that we got directly up here that was wrestlers. Oh yeah, let me sit up there and show y'all this. Oh well, matter of fact, let me put up this other video because this one is one that I meant to bring up. So this is basically talking about the Gooners. If you don't know what I gotta stop using a lot of these words. So you got a lot of these deviants out here, these guys who decide that they want to do a variety of things. So for the women out here that go directly to to the dollar store, you gotta be very, very careful because you got a lot of the degenerates out here. Let me see. What was it? I remember this girl in my neighborhood was a quiet garden tool. And after years, when she got accidentally pregnant, she really calmed down. No type provocative clothes anymore. I mean, I hate that it had to happen like that, but that's a positive because maybe, her getting pregnant and her looking at the seriousness of the situation, it calmed her down to the point where it really moved her out of that area. Because maybe if she would have stayed there, she might not either have been here or, it would have really sent her into a tailspin. I mean, so that's a positive. Like I said, I hate that it had to happen by way of her, getting pregnant, but maybe that potentially also saved her life. Wait, what is Shonda talking about? Now Shonda up here pulling a Ray J. What's happening? What is happening? So, all right, let me let this this video play so y'all can hear what happened.
Right here at this Dollar Tree behind me really shattered her sense of safety. The lawsuit that she has filed claims that these acts aren't only happening here at this Dollar Tree on Claremont Mesa, but also at Dollar Trees all across the country because the company is supposedly skimping on safety measures. Dollar Tree is home to discounted goods, but according to reports around the country and this lawsuit filed, it's become a place where attorneys say deeply disturbed men are involved in gooning, where they ejaculate or wipe their semen on women.
Disgusting.
At this Claremont Dollar Tree, according to this civil suit, during about a week's time starting March 1st of last year, the same man sexually assaulted 3 different women at the store on Claremont Mesa Boulevard.
You know, I mean, it's like, what is wrong with people?
The Marine Corps says it's aware of the allegations against one of its Marines, but San Diego police are handling the case since it was off base.
She kind of noticed the presence of somebody behind her and felt him wipe something on her, and she realized it was semen.
Attorney Alreen Hayquest represents one of the women accosted at the Claremont location, who's only identified in the suit as Jane Doe. In addition to the Claremont incidents, the Union Tribune reporting the sheriff's office says 2 other assaults happened this year at Dollar Trees in Lemon Grove and Spring Valley. No one was caught. In the suit, Jane Doe says when she told a clerk about what happened to her at the Claremont store, she was told the camera in the aisle wasn't working.
Dollar Tree just is not staffing the people there, and because in order to cut cost, they don't have operable cameras, so they're not taking security footage, and it's become a breeding ground for these sexual assaults to occur.
A company spokesperson issued a statement saying, in part, the safety and security of our associates and customers are our highest priorities. Dollar Tree is committed to having effective safety and security programs. The suit claims at least 11 women across the country have reported being assaulted in similar ways while shopping at Dollar Tree locations. Attorney Hayquist says videos of the incidents are posted on porn sites and social media.
And this is a phenomenon happening across the country, so much so that there's a crypto coin for the Dollar Tree Gooner. There's a Pokemon card for the Dollar Tree Gooner. There's a soundtrack for this conduct.
Oh my God, that is so sick.
Dollar Tree shoppers repulsed by the allegations of what happened at their Claremont store that they still consider safe.
Staff is very friendly and engaging.
But thankful that someone's been caught.
I hope that they prosecute him to the fullest.
Omari Fleming, NBC7.
Yep. So in this generation, that is called gooning. And there were videos before, and again, I can't sit up there and show videos like that, where you were able to see a woman, I think she was at a liquor store, she was in line, and you saw the dude just sit up there and instead of shooting up the club, basically shot her up real quick and ran off. You got other videos as well. Woman is sitting directly on I want to say maybe this might have been like New York or whatnot, looking at how the porch basically looked, because she was just on like the stairs. It was just like it was a drive-by. Like I said, it's no other way that I can explain it. And again, I ain't even trying to make a joke out of it, but the dude basically was walking down the sidewalk. You can basically, see he was loading up, and then saw his target, convinced to the drive-by, and just ran off. Like I said, it's crazy. It is wild out here. It is wild out here. That's 100% wild. You said, wait, you said I enforced this up with a married woman and she didn't tell me until afterwards, but I still think I'm experiencing karma because of that. I mean, it is possible. It is possible. Rabbit said, I remember a friend of mine showing one of these insensitive websites, and a man fell asleep in a subway, and then yeah, that's wild. That is wild. Like I said, folks, it's a lot of folks that should be thrown directly in prison, under the prison. Zutor said that happened also in Philly. Yeah, there was another one. It was like a Mexican dude. He got caught. He was walking through some clothing store, and a black woman basically called him. She started like filming him because she felt like he was just acting strange and moving strange. And when you see it, I was going to put that video up here before, but I would have to do a lot of blocking. You can basically see, what was in a sense there, and then the dude was trying to like act like wasn't nothing happen. I'm like, dog, really? I'm like, you out here just looking stupid. Like, dog, like, what are you doing? I'm like, yo, what do you? It can't be. It can't. You got enough women out here that are women of the night or on OF. Like it can't be that bleak. It can't be that bleak. It can't be. It cannot be that bleak. Tippy was like, your choice of words made it worse. There was nothing else I could sit up here and say, Tippy. There's no other way I can sit up there and put it. There's no other, best choice of words. Like I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Yo. And then it goes from that, and then Tippy's like, yeah, I'm smothering my potatoes in onions. That's crazy. With onions. Tippy was like, is it a white guy? I have not a clue. It's man Mo. That is crazy. Yeah, Rob was like, the video made me afraid of falling asleep in the subway. Yeah, I mean, that really sound like that's some New York type stuff. Just gonna be real. Like the homeless over there, it's like that's a whole nother, I don't know what be happening over there. Yeah, I don't know what be happening. Folks be like coming up, knocking on people's doors, talking about like, yo, you owe me my check. I had a $108 million check come to your house. Where my money at? What? Like, what are you talking about? Like, yo, it's crazy. That's crazy. This man D Money and Mo, that's wild. That's wild. But yeah, like I said, it's a wild world out here. Now, and the craziest part, and again, how crazy these stories sound, the even crazier part is that you do have women out here that are about that life. And I'm like, I didn't even think that was even a thing, but obviously it is a thing. Like I said, it's the more and more that you find out about people in the world and life, it's like, didn't know that these things actually existed. That's something, because I could have sworn that this is a negative, and it is. But then also when it deals with how can I put this? That's the way I can sit up there and state the word, because YouTube be funny. These are fantasies directly out there. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff. And I could have sworn that was a stone cold negative. There was a point of no return at all. And then you sit up there and learn that you got women up there that go on sites and they try to set these things up and got it all planned out. I'm like, huh. Like I said, the world that we're in at this moment. It was like, it's sad, but it's cheaper and safer to pay for it. And yeah, Shauna wrote the wrong thing. As soon as I saw this, I already knew how that was gonna go. You didn't fell for the trap. Shauna fell for the trap. I didn't even get a chance to see that, and I already saw the responses. I knew it was gonna happen. I already knew what the response was gonna be. I knew what the responses was gonna be. I knew it. Zoo was like, to be honest, the U.S. should legalize prostitution decades ago. It's safer for the women and healthier for them. And because, I mean, if you're looking at, and again, this is not me. So I'm not even sure how to even put a disclaimer directly for this one. You're talking about in the instance of, I know what you're talking about, because in the other industry, right? They have to take health tests, right? They got to take blood tests and everything of the sort, and all of their information is out there for everybody to sit up there and see, right? And within that, there is a positive, right? Because you know that more times than not what it is that people in a sense have. And I think they got to do that every, I think 20, is it 15 days? I forgot what it was, because I remember watching somebody explain it, and they were saying, like, I think it's somewhere in between every 15, 25, or 30 days that they have to sit up there and do tests. Now that doesn't mean that it basically stops the spread of certain things, because there have been things that have happened that in a sense it almost crippled the industry to a standpoint, because people were like scared to actually work because people weren't like trustworthy and whatnot. So within that sense, like, yeah, that would be a positive. When it deals with like the test and people knowing like the status and everything in a sense. And if it was in a sense deemed as legal, that would mean that there would be a lot of precautions and areas specific, sort of like Amsterdam. There would be areas specifically like set up, and those women would be, in a sense, safer. Wow, that's crazy. That just turned. I guess gotta throw my glasses on the keyboard real quick. Yo, these responses are wild. What time isn't it? Like 6 p.m. right now? I need an adult. This is wild. Now I feel like sham right now. This is yo, this is crazy. That is wild. That is wild. Let me tell you something that is wild. That is wild. Oh yeah. This is another video I wanted to put up here too. That's another one too.
Oh.
So crazy work. Yo, 88, what is up? Well, even though it's 888, but I just say 88. Yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? That is D Love Center for laughing at me. And the funniest thing is normally that'd be Gail just sitting up and flying off the handle. Gail is being completely calm. Yeah, that's wild. That is crazy. That's wild. That's wild. But yeah, so this is the other conversation that was in the happening online. Can't take y'all nowhere. Let me tell you something. This is another conversation that was happening. So the guy's talking about single men over 30 with no kids, right? So let's take a listen. That's crazy. What was that? Mo was like, I'm trying to watch this with my mom. Can we chill? That's crazy. Tim was like, me too. I'm listening while I'm cutting potatoes. That's crazy. That's crazy. Rabbit was like, men are out here really risking prisons over gooning. Yes, that's wild. That's wild. Let's take a listen to this.
No, man, it's like men 30 plus years old and up with no kids, single men 30 plus with no kids needs to be studied, man. It's like people be hating us. Like, why you mad at me because I ain't got no kids? How you mad? I mean, damn, it ain't like I don't want them. I want kids. I just want them by the right person. I just don't want to crash out like the rest of the world has done. I'm seeing y'all. Y'all not happy, man. It's like, damn, I hate you for not having kids. Why you? It's like, I could feel it's like they want you to feel guilty for not having a kid. Like, they're like, okay, I didn't have a kid, nigga, and I'm not finna force that shit and rush it just to say, I have a kid too now. Now you can get up off me. Like, I don't feel pressure, none. Don't let nobody pressure you into ruining your life, man. It's like people try to convince you so bad. Like, I get the pressure. You know how much pressure I get from my family every day? Man, they ask me like, man, when you gonna have some kids? When you gonna have some kids? You know how old you are? Are you dating? Like, why the fuck do you want to know if I'm gonna have some kids? Like, even if I do have the little motherfuckers, you ain't even gonna watch them. Ain't none of y'all gonna offer to babysit them. Even if so, you're gonna be trying to charge me, but it's gonna.
Yeah, 88. It was a lot of conversations that happened, and it just took a detour off of a cliff and never came back. It's a lot.
gonna come with a price. You're gonna be charging, complaining about my kids eating up everything. Like, think about it. The same people that's complaining about you not having kids, is they gonna help you with them when they get here? Can your kids come over their house while you at work? Can they watch your kids? No. They want you to be stuck, man. I'm starting to think that they want to set you. When are you going to become a failure like the rest of us, huh? When are you going to fuck your life up? When are you going to ruin your life like the rest of us? It's the normal thing to do. You're at the age now. It's time to fuck your life up. Yep. They want you to fuck it up, man. I'm convinced. Because they not going to help you. They ain't helping you right now. You ain't got no kids. So imagine if you bring some kids to this world, man. They want you to fail, man. It's a lot of pressure that people be putting on people, man. Don't be out here, nigga, look, if that shit ain't for you, it ain't for you, man. You know what I'm saying? Everybody just ain't looking, you know what I'm saying? Some people had kids because they were just in it for the sex. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to bring no kid. Some people actually plan on being there for their kids for their full life.
Bars.
Maybe that's why. Some people actually careful. Some people actually care about the woman not having no kids first. Mm-hmm. Some men actually want the woman's first child to be their first child as well. Mm-hmm. Some people don't want to settle down with another man's baby mama. Some people don't want that smoke. I don't know. Just food for thought.
What was it? What was it? 88. Da, da, da. Yo, shout out, much love. Pink. I didn't even know you had a surgery. I'm happy that everything went well. Rest up. Eat your veggies, as Tippy would normally sit up and say, eat your veggies. I think she would probably sit up and say, like, have some tea and some soup. Tippy would always bring us some stuff like, and also I want to say, like, Shan would probably say that too. She would normally probably be dropping some recipes or something for fast healing, at this moment. But going into, also, again, much love, respect, and appreciation for taking out the time during your healing process to be here with us. Much love. What is up, Brandon V World? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? But yeah, like the dude, he was sitting up there making a lot of points, because it's like, yo, if you happen as a guy to just be out here and you just decide to sit up there and like have kids, like, yeah, you ain't gonna have no help. Ain't nobody gonna sit up there and help you. Like nobody's gonna help you. It's like, you'll have like family or whatever sitting up there like asking you about it, but the exact same family ain't gonna be there to bail you out of situations, to like really sit up there and help you and everything. They're gonna be like, well, that's your problem. Those are your kids. It ain't mine. You got to worry about that. I'm like, wasn't you the same one sitting up there and telling people to sit up there and go out there and have kids and all this other type of stuff? And now when the kids sit up there and pull up to the scene, now it's like everybody's like a ghost. It's crazy. Most said get well as well. Tippy said tea with lemon honey, rub Vicks on your chest, ginger ale. I'm not sure if that's going to help with it. I'm not sure if Vicks is not a cure all. Timmy was straight classic. Gail said, as a mother, do not have kids. That's the same thing that my mom said. She's like, hey, don't bring those kids into this world because I ain't taking care of them. And she also set up there and stated that you better make sure that, you got all your faculties and everything in order, and that person is the right one. So, Brandon Buell, shout out for the $2 dono. You said, darn, did I miss the stream? I mean, it's been up for about like 4 hours. As of right now, 4 hours and 12. 4 hours and 12. Shauna said, I'm happy you healed, and I'm glad, I'm paraphrasing, but she said, I'm happy that you healed and you came through the surgery. Rabbit said, my aunts are wondering why I'm single and childless because my mother sabotaged my financial and social romantic life. Don't blame me, blame your sister. Pink said, I've been telling my 15-year-old son not to have kids too. Yeah. like I said, it's it's like I said, it's wild out here. It is very wild out here. And the other thing that he didn't list that I'm going to add directly on there is that I've heard women out here say on social media that if a guy is 30 with like no kids, they basically start to try to question the sexuality. I'm like, how does that work? I'm like, how does that even fit in there? Like, just because a dude is single with like no kids don't mean that he's gay. I'm like, how did that even get into the equation? Because you got gay couples out here with kids. Does that make them straight? I'm like, how like how does that work? I'm like, what are we, what are we talking? I'm like, that's just that doesn't make any type of sense. Like I said, you just got responsible dudes out here. That's just like, yeah, I ain't about to, do that. Just because family and everything is trying to like tell me or to get me to do, X, Y, and Z and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, it's that is wild. That is wild. And then on top of that, when it deals with family, they'll also sit up there and be the main ones that don't want to take care of nothing, but then they'll try to tell you how you should raise your kid. I'm like, that don't make no sense. I'm like, you just said that you were hands off, you didn't want nothing to do with it, after pestering the person for like so long. And then now from the background, from the back seat, you want to tell them how to raise a kid. Like, huh? I'm like, that's why I'm like, where you come from, directly with that. I'm like, oh, that's crazy. I'm like, if you wanted to do that, you could have had more. The main thing I used to sit up there and tell folks, I'm like, I mean, if you want me to have kids, I mean, you are more than able to go out there and have them for me. That's what you can do. That is directly what you can sit up there and do. Because I'm like, hey, like I said, if you fine with sitting up there, raising kids and whatnot, you can, by all means, you can go out there and do that. Like I said, just because you want something don't mean that everybody else got to sit up there and want it. Like the brother was sitting up there saying, it's like it's a lot of things directly to it. And the whole thing is like, yo, you want to make sure it's if it's the right person, that everything is going to, sit up there and work out. You want to make sure that you are, especially within yourself, the right person to help bring a child directly into this world. Because just because somebody can bring a child in this world doesn't mean that they are the right person to have and or take care of a child. There's videos that I've talked about and referred to as well, where you've had mothers who've gone on social media, said that they love kids, but they were never meant to be a mother. And I'm like, it took for them to basically say that after they didn't have the kids. I'm like, it's already too late. I'm like, you got to sit up there and bite the bullet on that one. You got to sit up there and deal with that. I'm like, you should have had that same conviction, before you had unprotected relations. But what was it? Pink said, is it just me or is ginger ale the go-to beverage for when we're sick? Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, ginger ale tastes pretty good. And especially if you have Canada Dry, they got a lot of different flavors, like the black cherry and some a variety of different ones. They all taste great. So, for me, because I'm from Detroit, it would normally be Verner's. That's the main one that we would go to, and I think it's like one other one. I forgot what it was though. I think Fago has a ginger ale as well too. So yeah, you got that Verner's and ginger ale. Most said ginger ale and Sprite definitely calms the stomach. The craziest part is I've actually got some Sprite to the right side of me at this moment. Got a handy dandy 2-liter. Tip, it was like low sodium chicken soup with a soda on the side. Rabbit said, why is Yurichi? Oh yeah, I'm gonna put that on a t-shirt. as soon as I saw her transformation, I'm like, that's a t-shirt. I done seen a variety of posts. I'm like, all of that is a t-shirt. That is whoever is drawing that manga, God bless him. Let me tell you. God bless him. That is, that was wild. Shout out to that transformation. Turned out into like a full-on lightning cat. Shout out to her. What was it? 88 said I prefer making ginger milk with strong ginger and a lot of honey. Most said Fo does the body good as well too. Oh, you're talking about the what's the I think that it's I thought it was something else with that soup too. I thought. But yeah, that's a pretty good soup. I think they usually give that at most of those like, those Asian type, restaurants or whatnot. I think that's the soup. That's the soup, right? Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. So maybe I might be thinking about miso. I think, but yeah, I think I know what y'all talking about though. Okay. So we're talking about the right things. All right. Pink said I'm still in a little bit of pain, but I'm about to eat and take my pill. But I hate taking pain meds. Yeah, I understand that one. But I'll tell you this: whatever you do, because you had surgery, do not play any games that are either going to scare you or get you angry. Don't do none of that. You just play some Tetris. Tippy like I hate Tetris. Tetris sucks. It's boring. Hey, let me say, if you just had surgery, play Tetris. You are not going to sit up there and get mad at. It is a very calming, relaxing game. Let me tell you. Now, if you just the type of person that can get mad at anything, you might as well just go to sleep. Now, if you're the type of person to get mad at you sleepy, I don't know what to tell you. Nah, it's I'm running out. But yeah, I sit up there and say that you can take your pain meds, play some Tetris, and like I said, it has a good soundtrack directly to it. It's nice and calming, and it might sit up and just like help you go to sleep. You'll be looking at those blocks, and then you'll be counting blocks in your sleep. Been a multitude of times. It's been a few times I'd say played Tetris on a computer, and then it's like I'm just asleep in like in the arm pose. I'm like, dang. I'm like, yeah, it's time to pack it up. Time to go to sleep. Time to go to sleep. That's dope. Much appreciation. I mean, I wish it was like the live stream that I had yesterday, because that was about a good 8 hours. I'm pretty sure that probably would help. Tippy be sitting up there falling in and out of sleep. Someone be talking about that. Oh, I'm sitting up there cooking. And then next thing I know, she'll be like, yeah, I fell asleep. What I miss? Every time. For years, this woman does this. Let me tell you. Tippy said, if you're dealing with pressure pain, try looking up Wally massager with 4 pressure modes. Is that like for the back? Well, technically, Tippy, you would have to be careful with that, because depending on where she has surgery and if she has like stitches, she might not be able to do that. Like the vibrations might, cause like problems. Like if it's like a, depending. Double Eight said Seji ASMR. The dope part is, if that was even possible, I would be on Twitch right now. I would be on Twitch right now making buku bucks. But that is not a profession for me. That is for women. Let me tell you, because women are they making money over there. The craziest part is talking about the thing about the ASMR. I've not really seen a lot of black women over there doing the ASMR. You pretty much see, I think the greater majority is like you see white girls over there doing that, and I think maybe one Asian girl possibly doing that. But the greater majority, 99.9% of them are just white girls doing it. Let me see. Tippy was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." No, Tippy, no. It's the thought that counts. But you gotta think about the different surgeries, there and whatnot. So, I would say, well, I can't sit up there and say, because again, surgery, can't sit up there and say like water therapy. Can't do that. Damn, that'd be tough. I mean, well, technically, yeah, sound. You can you can do sound. That'll be one that's, a general type of thing, and it's not gonna, really affect anything dealing with the surgery. So I think, yeah, like if it was like a sound therapy, like where let's say if Pink was able to go to like a room and have like a sound therapy type of thing, yeah, that'll work or something like that. Listen to what's those bells that they have? I think it's like the Chinese bells that they just like ring and they do that for like a full hour or something. It's almost like I think it's a meditation bell or something like that. Or a meditation ring. Yeah, like something in the area. Tibby said, it helped my brother with his knee. The crazy part, Tibby, is I forgot you had siblings. Every single time I sit up there and see you talking online, I'm like, Tibby is the only child. I keep forgetting. Let me see. Pink said, I can't. I have stitches and I'm slightly bleeding. Yeah. Yeah. It'll take a minute. I say, hopefully they gave you the stitches where they end up, they degrade like over time. So basically as you heal, the stitches, I want to say biodegradable. But basically they'll disintegrate over time. So like you don't have to go back and they gotta pull like back in let's like the 2000s, 90s and whatnot, like how they had to go back and actually pull the stitches directly out. Hopefully they gave you like those type of stitches, which would be great. So yeah, I say about like give it a good like week, about a good week and a half or two, and you should be pretty healed. You should be pretty healed. Now, outside wise, you'll be pretty healed. Now, internally, it's a little bit. It'll take a little bit more time. So, like no heavy lifting and things like that. 88 said you should do it on a separate TikTok. The funniest thing is I have a separate TikTok, but that was supposed to be the gaming TikTok that I had directly up there. Like I said, I have a lot of things that just never fully went directly through. I just stayed focused on one thing. Let me say what? Nah, let me not say that because I did try to set you zone. That was a hit and miss, but yeah, we out here. We out here. This man Mo was talking about. Oh, listen to Seji splash in the tub. That's crazy. As soon as you said that, that made me think about who was that with the rubber ducky? Oh my goodness, who was that? That's not Gonzo. That's was that Elmo that basically did that? Or it was one of the other Sesame Street, one of the other Muppets that would have that. Tippy said YouTube, bed, and headphones. No money. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That'd be a free one right there. Tippy said, I'm the youngest. I have sisters and brothers. Yeah, that's what it is. Thank you. Dissolving stitches. Yeah, thank you, D-Money. Like I said biodegradable. I know that was the wrong word, but it was close. It was close. 88 said, LOL, the tub. I prefer the voice, but I wouldn't click up. That's crazy. That's crazy. These comments be going straight left. Let me tell you something. Mo was like, disclaimer, Cedric is not a doctor. Any advice he gives is for entertainment purposes only. That's facts. We're just gonna leave that up there. That's bars. Wait, I'm confused. Wait. King said all they're gonna do is say that he's looking. Wow, he's 4 hours back. He's looking at the very first clip that I gave. He said all they're going to say is that he did something in order to make her cheat. Man, that is okay. So it was Ernie. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's been a minute, but I could have sworn like Elmo, because Elmo was basically like the kid. Like Bert and Ernie, those are like basically grown adults. Even though I feel like still to this day they were in a secret relationship, but that's neither here nor there. But Elmo was basically, in a sense, the baby out of the Muppets. Not Muppets. I'm sorry, wrong characters. Out of the Sesame Street characters. What was it? Tippy said, "Oh, he's trying." What was it? Pink said, "I love the Cedric Young." Yeah, at one point in time, I was supposed to bring that back. And I was like, you know what? I don't feel like spending that amount of time. I don't feel like spending that much time on it. I was like, man, I don't know. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. But much appreciation. Much appreciation. Shauna said, a good job for putting that up there. Mo always has the disclaimers, let me tell you. That man always got the disclaimers. Tip was like, are Bert and Ernie really gay? It's been a running joke for a minute. But it's like you got two of them basically living. It's like the Odd Couple. If you've never seen the Odd Couple, it's pretty much like the same thing, in a sense. This man said, "Bring back Sedgy After Dark." Nah, it's not going back down that road again. Nah, I can't. You know, we're in a whole brand new era. Whole brand new era. You know, like I said, that was back when the channel was young. You know, brand new, just starting. Now we're in a whole different era. You might just so happen to see more games or something than anything, because that's something that everybody can technically venture directly into. Stuff that is family friendly. Stuff that is completely family friendly. You know, and then on top, well, I'm not sure if Mo was there for that. There was a point, I think Tippy remembers, where I think it was me, Tippy, I think K5 was there, Trills, Nene was there, and I want to say one other person, but we were playing was it dodgeball? Wasn't that the dodge? Yeah, Tippy, you remember that dodgeball game, right? It was a dodgeball game. It was like a 3-on-3 or whatever dodgeball game that they had, and because of the way that PlayStation, this is the one thing that I will sit up there and say a positive about PlayStation that I do like is you can share the controls you can allow a person to view the game that you're playing, and within that, I think you can allow them to play the game that you're on for about like 15 minutes or something like that. Tippy was like, I remember Sedgy After Dark. I was one of the main stars of the show. That's crazy. That's crazy. Tippy was like, don't remind me. Yeah, that game was actually pretty dope. That's the one thing that I did like. So it's like even because Tippy got I think Tippy, you got the PS4, right? You got the PS4 or the 3. This man said Game Me After Dark. That's crazy. Let me see. I think Tippy should have a PS4. I want to say it should be the 4. So technically, I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, because we tried it wasn't, I don't even think we did teams up until we went directly online, but before then, all of us was in a sense there, and we were just in like the practice mode. And I think Tippy fell off the map quite a few times. What you mean 3 + 4? What? That's crazy. You don't got no PS7. We ain't even there yet. That is wild. That is wild. Let me tell you something. That is 100% wild. But yeah, there's also a lot of stuff going on. Wait, you said I remember that game? I was horrible. No, see, you were horrible at it because you only played it like a few times. You start getting disenchanted when you sit up there and just start dying. I'm like, that's going to happen. Like I said, it happened. You start getting like disenchanted, and then like, I don't want to play no more. I'm like, you're going to sit up there and die in the game. That's a part of the process in order to become better. That's why I told you, like, start playing like some shooters to get your hand-eye coordination directly up. Like I said, you're gonna be ultra rusty if you just sit there and play The Sims. You got to start playing some games where you got to really use some hand-eye coordination and start moving around and looking around. I could just see you playing like Call of Duty and like slowly moving around the corner. I'm like, Tippy, there's a run button. You gotta shoot. Like, yo, let me tell you. Oh, you say you meant that you had the 3 and the 4. I mean, Tippy, even though the 3 is classic though, that is classic, and you can modify that to, to do some stuff on there. You could have technically, at a point in time, you could have traded in your 4 and got some money off and got you a 5. You could have did that. I mean, I would have told you to just get like a hard drive and transfer a lot of your stuff, like data wise, onto that hard drive. So then when you get the PS5, you can just wait. Would they let you do that though? Because that is a whole different architecture, and Sony is known for just having problems. I don't know. That might not work. That might not work. But you would be able to trade it in towards a PS5 though. You would be able to do that. What was it? You say you played Road Company before and Apex? Wait, did we all play that? Or did you just play that by yourself? You actually played Apex? That's crazy. I mean, well, right now on Apex they do have a team deathmatch mode, so you should be good. You should be pretty good on that one, so you don't really gotta worry about that. You got pretty much endless lives, right there. Road Company, I do like that game. It's pretty fun. It got a lot of different rogues up there that you can use. I mean, technically, you can also play Overwatch. Okay, okay, it was you and your nephew. All right, okay. You could also play Overwatch too. That's something that you and your nephew can play as well too, family friendly and things of that nature. I'm trying to think of another shooter that's free to play, not Valorant, because that's more so PC. The Finals, that's another shooter that's free to play as well too. I'll also be recommending that one to people because it's Unreal 5 and you can pretty much destroy the whole map, which is dope. I think every game, include every shooter and whatnot, needs to implement that. I just had another shooter and it's recent. Hold on, I gotta go to my list real quick. I was going to list the Division, but you do have to pay for that one. Oh, that's what it was. Marvel Rivals. You could also play that one as well too, because that is free to play on all platforms, and I think it's supposed to come to the Switch, if I'm correct. I think it's supposed to. So that'll be another game that well, I'm not even sure if Shauna is even in the shooters. I feel like Shauna would play more like Animal Crossing. Even though I feel like Shauna has a temper, so she might potentially play something where she can just like shoot somebody real quick. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. D Money is our resident basketball player. When it deals with this on PlayStation, playing the 3v3 tournament. And the game looks dope. I've always wanted to play it. And I was tempted to play it, and then I forgot what happened. And I want to say during that time they also had some other 3v3 games as well too. Yo, D Money, how come you didn't get the NBA game? I'm shocked you didn't give that one a try. Like I said, I don't know if you got that one or not. And then we about to have Tippy missing out on that Grand Theft Auto because this woman's is still on the PS4. But yes. Let me see. Yeah, I got quite a few updates I got to sit up there and do as well. But that is pretty much it. We've been going for about yeah, what's up, Third? What is going on? You said GTA is overrated. I mean, yeah. I get that one. I get that one. But like I said, I told people before this would be my one and only time paying this much money for a game. And this is because it's my first GTA. I was mostly on Driver. That Driver 1 and Driver 2, those were, my main go-to games. And then I had, the burnouts and, and everything of the sort. I don't even think I played the Italian Job as a matter of fact. And that was another one I think I did want to get, but I just didn't. I think it might have been just I didn't have the money during the time for it. So missed out on that one. Um, but yeah, like I said, half of the planet from what it feels is going to be directly on this. So, can't miss it. Can't miss it. Gotta be there. Gotta, be there just like everybody else. Like, yo, I remember when this first came out, I was there. So, don't have midnight releases no more. Like a midnight release for this game would have been wild. That would have been wild. I can only imagine how it would look in California if they had a midnight release. I feel like a midnight release for GTA would have been dope. D Money said I played it, NBA to run. Yeah. You said I didn't like it. It got boring after a while. Ah, okay. Because I thought about actually buying that one. I'm like, yo, I ain't played something similar to NBA Streets in a minute. And I'm like, this kind of reminds me of that. So yeah. But yeah, I thought about it. What was it? Third said midnight releases for digital games. No. I'm talking about for like, just physical copies of games. Like I said, I missed that. Like that's something that, the newer generation, they're not ever going to get a chance to really go through that moment of going to like a midnight release, meeting like other gamers and, having conversations and everything. Like I said, I would love for other generations to be able to do that, but because of how society is at this moment, I could just see that just going 100% wrong. I could just see fights breaking out. I can automatically see shootouts happening. People trying to rob somebody else. Like let's say if somebody had a $200 or $300 version or edition of GTA that came like with X, Y, I can already see people trying to sit up there and like rob. Like it'd just be bad. It would be bad. Third was like, okay, midnight release is over it. What? Now you're just saying stuff. That man trolling. Now you just saying stuff just to sit up and say it. Ain't nothing wrong with no midnight releases. It was nothing wrong with midnight. Yo, like I said before, I was there for the Xbox One release. I was there for I think it was like Smash Brothers Melee. It was either Melee or Brawl or something like that. One of those. I was there for that one. Master Chief Edition. Street Fighter. I want to say Street Fighter 4. My bad for anybody's ears. My apologies. I want to say I should have been there for Street Fighter 4 when that came out. And it should have been like a few other midnight releases that I was there directly for. Should have been a few other releases. But yeah, they were, like I said, they were always fun. Got to, meet other gamers. Especially if it's like a shooter. I think I might have been there for Call of Duty as well, too. But yeah, I remember even during Halo, like so many people during that time, they were sitting up there giving their gamer tags. I was like, yo, this is my gamer tag. Like me and my clan, we about to be da-da-da-da, like we the best and all this other. I'm like, all right, yeah, I'll see you online. I'm like, yeah, I'll see you online. We're gonna see what's happening on Halo 3 and whatnot. Third said I did a midnight release for God of War. It was Superman. I mean, that's because it was God of War. There's no type of really getting hyped, and you can't really talk no type of best dealing with that because it's not competitive. You would have to be there for like a competitive game when it does like a midnight release, like Smash Brothers and Tekken. They had the machines directly outside. Like one of what was it? Was it Tekken or something like that? One of the fighters, they actually had a machine outside where people could sit up there and play. And they also had a machine directly inside as well too. Because before the midnight, the line for the midnight release would be from 8 up until 12. So you basically had to sit there and wait. You had a lot of people that did wait because we did. We were there from 8 o'clock and we waited all the way until 12. Wasn't playing no type of games. Made sure to hold down that spot. We were midway to like the door. I want to say we should have been about like 15 to like 20. And the line was almost around the strip mall that was out there. All right, D Love, much love, respect, and appreciation. You said the midnight release, not the game. Yeah, you still hate on the midnight release. You be trolling. Let me tell you. D Love said, have a great evening. I got to wash for prayer. Hey, no problem. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And thank you for coming by. Third was like, Tekken is overrated. It's crazy work. Like I said, for me, I love Tekken 6. Tekken 5 and 6, those were the main ones where I was really playing Tekken. Especially Tekken 6. Had Yoshimitsu and Jack. Well, Jack 6 first, and then it would be Yoshimitsu. What was it? You said I played the second arcade installment in college. Oh, you're talking about for Street Fighter. I got you. Yeah. Like I said, Street Fighter, that was so far back. Playing it on 360, fun times. Especially vanilla. Whew. Let me tell you, I had Balrog and Blanca, main two characters. I didn't play with nobody else. Those were my main two characters. Had hundreds of matches, especially with Balrog. You said Samurai Showdown is top tier. Yeah, Samurai Showdown is nice. I actually got that on my Series X. The game I'm waiting for now is Virtual Fight. I'm waiting to see what they're going to do with that, and that's later on this year. Only thing that I don't want is oh man, gotta stretch. The only thing I'm waiting on now is I'm trying to see what's going to happen with this scene, because usually when pros on the American side start crying and complaining about some stuff, they start nerfing a lot of stuff, and I'm like, I ain't trying to see that. Akira on Virtual Fighter is basically if you think about Ryu, you got Akira. The only difference is that Akira is known as a touch of death character, which means that basically he can, if he touches you and he inputs like those 10 hits, yeah, you're dead. And it's not even like I think he even has like a touch of death that doesn't even require 10 hits because of like how strong some of his moves are. Like he's like a strong and a slow character at the same time. Right? Like I said, it's quite a bit of stuff. Quite a bit. Tippy says Street Fighter the movie is coming out soon. Yeah, I saw that. I did see the clips of it, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to see it because like a lot of these other movies I grew up watching, some Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, so I'm just going to watch them. You know, because I grew up with them, and you know, for the culture. You know, so we'll see how it does. We'll see how it does. As much promotion that they've been giving it, you would have thought that the movie Ben came out, but it hasn't. But it soon will. It soon will. What was the third said? Don't care to see it. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Now, we'll tell you how it is for anybody that's on Xbox. The two Gears of War controllers, it's not bad. I like the red and black one better though. The red and black control is actually pretty dope. Tippy said Roman Cody and Jason Momoa in the movie. Of course, Tippy is going to be going there to see it. I do want to sit up there and see how Roman Reigns is going to do as Akuma. They only showed him for like just a little bit, so we're going to see. I forgot the one wrestler that is the actual voice and the body double for Alex on Street Fighter 6. I actually would like to sit up there and see him in a Street Fighter movie as Alex. I think that'd be pretty dope. And was like, yep, I passed on He-Man. Yeah, I didn't see that either. I probably like watch it probably at some point. Formula One racer, hard pass. That's crazy. Tippy was like, He-Man looked weak. I thought that would have been right up your alley, Tippy. You like to sit up there and just look at stuff. I thought that would have been right up Tippy's alley. Timmy said, not the show. I'm watching it at home. Third said, definitely pass on the He-Man, and I could have saw it for free. I mean, true. That's 1,000% true. 1,000%. Other thing, Tippy, before sit up there and leave, I will sit up there and say, if at any point in time we can sit up there and start up a Tippy fund. Wait, what was it? Pink said after seeing the Michael movie, nothing else interests me. I got you. Yeah, a lot of people were waiting on that. I know they're supposed to do another one pretty soon, and I think one of the young actors that was in the Michael movie, he said he wanted to be in a Marvel film, so that's possible. So, like I said, might be able to platform that and get into a Marvel film and have a solid contract and just, do movies, for the rest of his life for a nice duration. Oh no, yeah, the new I saw the new Spider-Man. That was actually, I liked it for what it was. I'm waiting to see in the Spider-Verse, if nobody has seen that yet, they released a leaked 4-minute trailer of Into the Spider-Verse, and I'm like, that actually looks pretty dope. I like the storyline and how it's set up. It's pretty dope. Pretty dope. I like it. Like I said, they did a good job. I'm not sure why they didn't release. Wait, wasn't it? Did they say it was coming out in 2027? I think maybe that's why. I guess. I think it was supposed to be 2027. I forgot, but if you happen to go on X, you'll see the trailer up there for like 4 minutes. So it's not bad. Yeah, the movie Miles. Yeah. What was it? Third said, I think the world got tired of the caucus leads in movies. I got it. You said, I think the world. No, yeah, I got you the first time. Yeah. I guess you could say that. The only way to do something different is if they were to bring out, let's say, like a Spawn, Blue Marvel, Icon. Hold on, give me a second. But if they yeah, what was it? I said Icon. What was it? Icon, Blade, Blue Marvel, forgot Static, and I think Tippy said Blade. Yeah, no, Blade got canceled. They weren't that got canceled, Wonder Man got canceled, and I think something else got canceled as well too. You said notice how movies with black leads scored the best centers and MJ, for example. Yeah, but trying to explain this to a lot of those Hollywood execs, it's like good luck on that because I don't know what to say up and tell you. A lot of them still feel that black films can't make it, or they're not going to make the money, not going to make the cut, or something like that. So the only way to do it, I would say that like the best way for folks to sit up and do it is just do it by way of animation. And then from the animation, you'll let that just hopefully fuel that for like a live action movie, probably just on a smaller scale. You can probably just do that. Because like I said, when it deals with like these white companies, it'll be like, yeah, we're gonna throw, like $500 million, directly on Marvel or something like that. And they'll just do that. You said, but unfortunately, the black leading man in games is being canceled. Yeah. Let me see. Notice how the moves. What happened to Blade? No, with Mahershala Ali, they stalled. They had too many problems. They were doing a multitude of different scripts that didn't make any sense. Like I think I went over that with y'all before, where they had what was it? One of the scripts where it was supposed to be, it was a Blade movie, but he wasn't the lead in the movie. it was the fact that it was Blade's daughter and somebody else. Like, it was something crazy. I'm like, this ain't even a Blade film. Like, you got Blade as like a background character. I'm like, yeah, that's not going to sit up there and work. It's like y'all doing way too much. When it deals with that. And then they had Mahershala just sitting up there waiting, and they wasted his time, which is crazy. So he was like, yeah, I'm out. I'm just, going to do whatnot or whatever. So that's why you ended up seeing him in Jurassic Park and, other films. Like, what was that you said? Didn't see Sinners. I don't like musicals. Sinners wasn't really a musical, though, Tippy. What you talking about? If you don't go watch that film, Shauna said, I never tried it. What was it? Assassin's Creed, Where You Would Hunt. Oh, that's crazy. Wait, that wasn't Assassin's. They had that on Red Dead Redemption, though. Third said the execs still mad at how well Black Panther did, so they canceled or sandbagged the film with black heroes. I mean, it'd be like that. Shauna said, but willing. What was it? Black said the first one. Most of the Sinners is not a musical. Yeah, out of all this time, she should have been saw that. Let me see. Oh, we just got people just sitting up there trolling. No problem. Get you up out of here real quick. Get you up out of there real quick. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That is pretty much it, though. So I'm going to let y'all have directly at it. I don't think I got any more videos. I probably have some standalone videos. I think I got one up there that I'll probably upload after this live stream goes up. But much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all of those who took part in the live stream, in the conversation. Much love, respect, and appreciation to all of the mods that pulled directly up and everything of the sort. Shout out to Pink. Get healthy soon. Much love and respect to anybody who hit up the Cash App, anybody who is a member, anybody who is a part of the Patreon as well. I feel like I'm forgetting something else. Let me see. Patreon, Cash App. Oh, shout out to anybody who is just subscribed or a recent subscriber. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, I wouldn't be able to do the things that I do without people like you. Shout out to Mo for the 2 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. 88 said love, much appreciation. I think the money through another emoji might be a peace up, peace out emoji. Pink said thank you to everyone. And Mo said throwing up the GGs with another 10 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So I will catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.